Cat aggro. Ugh. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'll get you food. I will be right back. Okay, actually here now. I was waiting for my coffee to finish brewing, and this is the hottest coffee I've ever had in my entire fucking life. I'm going to burn myself at some point. I just need everyone to know that right now. I'm gonna forget, and I'm gonna drink it, and I'm gonna die. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be amazing, wonderful, lovely, just the best. Um, Also apologies for the slightly late start today. I slept like shit. I hope y'all slept better. Hot coffee? No, not that. How we doing, New, Mr. David Bowling, Ms. Soccer Chick TV, Lizzie, Sora, Not a Spee, Coffee So Hot it's banned on Twitch. Uh, um, Woke up 7 a.m., went back to sleep for 3 hours. Yeah, you know, that sounds about right, too. I woke up at, like, 8. I was only half awake. I went back to sleep, but I never quite got back to sleep. So I was just half asleep for the following 2.5 hours. It was bad. It sucked. How we doing, Jester? Um, so first thing, I wanna get out a different character. You're on Sanctuary, right? Yeah. I need to re-up my booster, a loot booster, before we jump right into things on Tryhard Flak. We've reached the Jacobs estate in the main story. I'll probably go through Grave Ward and then start doing other side content. I'm thinking we go through Grave Ward and then we do DLC 4, at least up to unlocking General Blister Puss, who is my preferred Peregrine farm. is we'll get a Peregrine class mod so we can do grenade racks / rack stab super duper early. Woke up a quarter after 6, which is around when I'm normally up, and went back to bed till 10, latest I've slept in years. Until I'd set my stream time back to like 10:30. I had only slept past like 9 when sick. And one of the perks of masking up and stuff the last couple years is I've not really gotten sick. So I've just learned to sleep in conventionally in that time somehow.
A hunt with a bounty.
With a bounty?
By a lot of chew toys.
By a lot of chew toys.
I see you're competing with those Calypso twins for EchoCast viewers. Good on you, Ball Hunter. Show them how it's done.
Oh, and feel free to mow down the Calypso's followers along the way. Followers, servants, all nearly as dispensable as Vault Hunters.
And they really ruined Hurley's character. Sorry, couldn't resist. So we don't have farming restrictions on this run, so I can just kill enemies multiple times. Killed Eldragon because we were there. He does not drop Unleash the Dragon until you're in Mayhem, though. Which is probably a good thing. Are you trying to get fly hard? Why are you not?
You there? How are your last reps going?
I must say, I admire how the Calypsos convinced every illiterate piece of talking meat to worship them with blind devotion. Makes a rich bitch want a cult of her own. Perhaps when my business here is finished.
I send you all to death!
Yeah, so disappointed what happened to Axton. That's gonna be one of the memes going forward, isn't it? In just the span of like 2 weeks, we got Bus Fight and Soft Axton. Pestilence. I'm not doing anything too spectacular setup-wise. Oh, that's a ×2 Tunguska in a chest. I don't want that. Because Tunguska is super underrated for bossing. This one's anointed. I don't want to drop the anointed one yet. Oh, we got that pad. I forgot we got that from the vault card. I don't need the devoted. Tunguska's super underrated. Particularly, it does have an interaction on each character that makes it really good. One, for Moe's, it's a splash gun, so LOL. Black, you know, you can apply a lot more stickies than anyone else can. For Zane, it's Eraser compliant, but also Zane is Zane. He's got VM. And for Amara, you have indiscriminate. Indiscriminate projectiles from the Tunguska do a good damage. The only downside is they no longer have a splash radius, so they have to direct impact, but it's not that unreasonable. Harlot at a bordello for squids.
search the cabaret and the theater wing.
I'm a very
My
visual
brother has a
person.
study hidden underneath the stage. If there's a clue to the vault key, it'll be in there.
Ah, you find something for me?
Ow.
I'm in. It rustles my jackboots to see that harpy chilling my ancestral halls. My family's portraits were thrown out into the gully with no more pomp than a spent sheep gut. But I wouldn't give to introduce her to the business end of my shotgun.
So many kills behind me.
I kind of
So
forgot
many,
how, like, direct a lot of things Wainwright says are. It's just, in his accent and with his large vocabulary and, like, some old-fashioned word choices, it kind of goes under the radar sometimes. Like, basically just said Aurelia tossed out his family's shit like a fucking used condom. and it I'm just distracted by Wainwright with the accent riz.
Proper hospitality sounds sinister, but go along with whatever she says while I search the cabaret.
I'll be with you in just a moment. Wait for me.
That
in
is
the
not
garden
accent
and we'll
riz.
discuss your payment. Oh.
Okay. Dude, she kind of saved it at the end.
Gunshots for your gunshots at Doctor's Is Portable Clinic.
W's for Wainwright? Yes. Is he the one who calls Tina nuttier than squirrel shit? Yes. He also tells Troy that he suckles at his sister's teat for sustenance, which, again, I'm a visual person. I don't need that.
Holy me! You should see the look on your stupid face.
A vault thief, as promised.
Not bad, Baroness. But you still owe us a vault key.
I am working on it as we speak. Well, I will leave you to your fun. Good doing business with you, Vault Hunter.
This is awesome. We haven't really had a chance to get to know each other, huh? And Ty's been doing most of the talking. She does that, right? She's the center of the galaxy, and the rest of us just sort of orbit around her. But things are changing. Freaking look at me! I've never felt this good in my life!
So I actually enjoy this part of the story.
What is this? Your siren friend? She didn't know what she had.
He didn't.
With this power, I can pull the stars out of the goddamn sky. You know, Tyreen says we should let you keep playing along. Yeah, a little competition gets our followers all riled up. But I'm not one of them. No, not anymore. And I'm done getting table scraps.
Fill your hands, you zealot scum!
Huh?
Based Wainwright.
Oh, I'ma kill you!
Come and get me, you rat-faced bastard!
I felt much more of a threat than Tyreen.
New
Yes.
plan. You search the cabaret. I'll keep this punk-ass rat boy running around like a jammer with its bunghole on fire.
And most importantly, Troy just casually demonstrating and literally verbally mentioning how OP phase lock is and how Maya didn't know how to use it. Pointing that out.
I ain't scared!
This planet is ours now! Go and meet death. There's blood everywhere.
They're getting away.
Pro literally phase locks the moon.
Wake your
Also in that, like, he's one of very few characters to interact with you during a cutscene. He phase locks you during a cutscene. And, like, you're fucked if Wainwright doesn't. Like, if Wainwright wasn't there, then that's it. And the game ends. Like, he literally says, he describes how Tyreen wants to do some Bond villain shit, and he's like, no, he's gonna kill you.
Jacobs.
And then
Say,
Ava might
Red
not
Boy,
phase lock
aren't you
planets,
a
but
part
she's
of
got
that
impressive
sufficient
feats with the power set
for
too.
sustenance?
He said the
Dug
thing.
in a gutter.
Stalking ray.
Like, I think if they had continued with the groundwork they were laying. Amazing. If they continued with the groundwork they were laying with this section. Where's my pet? No, it's bug. Then I think that would have been a cool direction. Because they kind of abandoned the whole, hey, Troy's gonna start doing his own thing plotline.
From you.
Bangering. Bitch. Red card. Really a bitch with Terror Reflect. I already have Perfect Reflect because of Beskar. The bitch is just kind of useful. For playthrough, it's got a good damage profile. It's very accurate. It's got a blade and high crit. This one's anointed. I might take the bitch. Want to do Ember's Blaze stuff, but we'll just do red suit stuff when the time comes. You want a death counter? I will when I die. I haven't died yet. Hey, Mr. Glenn, how you doing? We did some Bond villain ship. I'm monologuing too long. He did. He did. Let it never be said that Troy is smart. Because he's not. Companion. Me clean today. How are you? I'm doing okay. Doing okay. Wonder how many times Billy would get one shot by Breath of the Dying the ball. So Breath of the Dying orbs are 7 times the bullet that spawned them. I think. It's like 7, 8, or 9, or one of those numbers, and then it's also splash. And it's also still a bullet, so it can get things like short fuse and next 2 mags annoyance. And can Mega Bore crit. Like, Breath of the Dying orbs are, crazy. Kind of double dips? It does double dip, yeah.
I lost him. Vault Hunter, the Cabaret Theater's up ahead. Push through.
Happy to help.
I don't know how I like the new Steam app look. I don't love it, Lillian. I haven't seen anyone who does like it yet, but does anyone? Because I want someone to enjoy it. Sure, I got a taste of real power and nothing really came of it. Yeah. It seems they very clearly changed directions. Because Eden 6 set up a bunch of stuff that they just kind of didn't do later.
Opportunity strikes again.
Is that double sticky?
Bullets and
Double sticky... Shock. Longbow. Yes.
close to my machines.
Not the best, ain't like the previous one. It's new and different. That's true. It is those things. More functional than Epic's launcher. I mean, I've never had problems with Epic's launcher. Tell you that much. I have always had more problems with Steam. Not to say that I haven't had problems with Epic's launcher, but they've been more infrequent. I just added squares around everything, didn't notice much other changes. And everything's more blue, and they added more squares, and it looks clunky. That's the only way I can really describe it. Insanely strong gun, but I love it because it's so dangerous for yourself if you aren't careful. Also, it's only really applicable in multi-target, otherwise it's just a regular gun that can't even dot. So I think Breath of the Dying is well balanced.
Hey, Vault Thief. Want to see something your dead siren friend could...
Outrun, outlast.
Anyway, bye, Billy.
Whatever. Kill as many anointed as you want. I'll keep making them. My army is endless. But you know what? I've got more important crap to do.
Right. Now that the rat boy's out of our hell, let's get to business. The trapdoor to my father's study has a trick latch. You'll need to figure out...
Companies always like to make changes everyone hates lately. Yeah, it's the model of making decisions based on quarterly profit margins rather than doing anything that would actually, you know, have a lasting positive impact for your brand. It's wild. Like, I don't even know how changing Steam layout would equate to more profits. It's just, it seems like change for the sake of change. Change is good in a general life sense, but for that, I don't know, man. Yo, Optimum. Speaking of, can you change to giving me my upload? I'm trying to stream this video game, not a watercolor painting.
The unlocking mechanism is hidden in the presets for the stage. Look around for some clues as to which props need to be out. You've done it! That trapdoor on the stage leads right to my father's study. Hurry!
Bro's ISP's turned the stream into a Minecraft painting. Yeah. It do be like that. It do be like that.
What am I hunting for down here?
I'm not entirely sure. My father said he kept all his records down there. Look for something record-like.
Back at Barbecue Family. Ooh. Very nice.
Of course. He meant record literally. That record's as old as Jacobs Corporation, and I got the only Ligno phonograph player in
Or
the
background a
entire
little
system.
pop-up when a friend starts playing a game. It's not just black color anymore. Interesting.
That must be it. Bring it on back to the lodge, Vault Hunter.
I will see you momentarily.
Loot chest event! Hooray!
Sickle. Not a boomsicle, though.
You want a copy of this sweet
Times 2 kill wisp. I mean, I could go sickle Gorillas in the Mist right now, and that'd be probably decent. But nah.
Leaving so soon? Very well. Let me at least explain myself. You mean nothing to me, so I sold you to the Calypso twins. But so you know, I will get the vault key. Because I'm rich. And rich people get what they want.
I'd like to remind everyone that in TPS, Aurelia's skill trees are literally structured around being rich and abusing labor. That's it. That's all. Like, labor abuse is literally a mechanic. Like, you provide another player a contract that is not in their best interest, and then you punch them.
Satisfied.
Like it sounds like a meme, but no, they just did that. What are you talking about? Oh, Aurelia's skill tree in TPS. If they're being subordinate, what else are you supposed to do? That's you raise a good point. You raise an excellent point.
A hunt with a bounty. That would buy a lot of chew toys.
Would buy a lot of chew toys.
Another beautiful day in the military-industrial complex. No refunds. You know where to find me. Quit dying already and buy a better shield.
2 leave no trace.
Where did that come
If a
from?
3 leave no trace comm pops up, then I'll buy that. But forgot to clear out my bank again. We're gonna have to throw away some stuff eventually. Eventually. Stagecoach is starting to get old. I would like to upgrade it.
I'm sure we'll be doing it.
Yes, into the fray. Satisfying. The bloodshed. The chaos.
You know what we'll do? Because I feel like it. Because I feel like it. You rack attack gamers now. And this bounty hunter has splash and action skill damage. I honestly just need next 2 mags, or not next 2 mags, I need an ASE corrosive on one of these slots. Probably on a grenade. For no shooting. I mean, I have a mitosis hunter seeker as well, so sure. Also, since we do have that that reflect Beskar, enemies are gonna one-shot themselves if they shoot me. They have to punch me, which means they have to be in my rack attack range. And for things that I can't rack attack, we just or hunter seeker. We're basically playing no U right now. We just don't have shield anoint. I mean, we don't have grenade anoint either technically. Because we switched and we don't have artifact. But otherwise this is no U just without the U red and the option for Nova spam or messy breakup spam. This is one of those characters where as soon as we complete the story, we can just go directly to Mayhem 10. Because melee gets times 16 scaling, action skills get 31, shields and reflects get 34, slam stuff gets 21. How goes the bullying? We are being very rude to the game, Vocal. How are you today? We just throw these and it should clear the room, provided the AI doesn't
Too many to
get
count.
stupid. Oh yeah, there we go. There we go. That's that. Underseeker already memes the playthrough, but like we're doing it on Flack, who provides the most formula for it, and we have a GA. Also, seriously, I cannot overstate how cool this Beskar is. This reflect part, I mean, recharge is a good second part to have here. I guess amp reflect would have been ideal for this run. Yeah. Starting to feel less sick, which is nice, but I think I pulled a muscle in my back. Really need to start stretching in the mornings. Hope you're well. Yeah, I need to stretch. It's funny, like in my youth, back in my day, I was a much more physically active person. I stretched before workouts, and I worked out almost every day, so like I was always stretching. But now I never stretch, and I need to for basic activities rather than just workouts. So yeah, aging sucks. How long ago those memories are in black and white. Geek. Hope you're well. Yeah, the game does want us to be rude. It is enabling us. Shoot door control. What is this shoot? Oh. My mage's staff shoots projectiles. Crossroad. Let's talk about the Crossroad. This was like one of the most popular guns, if not the most popular gun in the game outright, around launch. But at the time, it had better accuracy. It was ×4 instead of ×3. So like it performed better. But I really want to make it clear that that gun would have died even if they hadn't nerfed it, because remember, they never buffed it. They never gave it a big enough buff for it to be relevant again. Mr. NNG raised a very excellent point on the Burbaf the other day, where he of course backed this up with the statistics showing, you know, all of the buffs and nerfs ever done in this game, which is something that Seraph has quantified years ago and has been endlessly useful. But he brought up that people have, it's another nostalgia thing. Like, a lot of the negativity around BL3's balance cycle is people have this negative form of nostalgia where they had an emotional knee-jerk and then they cemented that as the memory, regardless of whether that thing actually happened or not. That's why you have so many people running around saying, man, I really enjoyed this gun and then they nerfed my build and it didn't work anymore. Yeah, that literally never happened in the entirety of the history of this game ever. It never happened. But
All of you are weak.
memory and emotion. I performed better in 2019 as well. Yo, same, bestie. Could go Grim Harvest. That would give me action skill damage and would allow me to not run the Bounty Hunter, but like the thing is, I would still run the Bounty Hunter. I mean, I could run Deadeye, but I have GA. I don't need the Deadeye mult. Yeah, this is the awkward point in the tree where you have 2 points to spend. I'm not really reloading much, so I don't give a shit about second intention. I guess we could do ambush predator. Do 2 ambush predator and get megavore. And we can start going down green tree, get pet revive.
I wondered where that went.
You see my favorite gun actually. This is the only thing I used before I found better stuff. Yeah, it was one I enjoyed as well. Make it work, melee Zane. I literally have a save. I could take a 5-minute break from this playthrough and show you that working. Fuck it, we ball. How you doing, by the way, Massimo?
A covert operative returned.
I'm gonna assume by melee you mean me punching things. Because everyone knows that the other forms of melee, i.e. Blade Fury, Face Puncher, Stinger, Fish Slap, all work. So like this is punching and Stinger, but yeah, sure, I'll do it. Obviously, there's some enemies where punching them is not gonna really fly. Pun intended. So even on true melee builds, you use alternatives if you're trying to clear an insane amount of time, but yeah. Iron Jugulus. Iron Jugulus is a good tailwind setter. Like, it can't be Prankster taunted, and it's also got ground immunity. Honestly, a support Jugulus set could go kind of hard in the current meta right now. Like a bulky Iron Jugulus.
Intel says there's an elevator down to the lower levels. Make your way there and be ready for some heavy resistance. I'm counting on you, Vault Hunter.
Push these rats back! I want a secure perimeter! Vault Hunter spotted! We...
Let's crack on!
We gotta take out that Vault Hunter! Now!
So, we punch. We punch again. Punch again. Punch more. We continue to punch. Which Psycho Stabber is this? Oh, correct one. Be the MP5 after that. That to get terror. Punch. Punch. He's shock immune, so I need to melee him with a different gun in my hand. That's okay.
Don't you trust it! Did that one have a bounty? No! You sure?
Does your melee inherit your gun element? That is something exclusive to the Ionic Disruptor. This gun makes your melee shot. this gun. So that is how you get an elemental melee on characters not named Amara. Hey, Killer Croc, how you doing? Doing good, glad to hear. Ionic Disruptor also does exclusively health damage with the bullet, yeah. You can apply bonus elements to have it hit the other bars. Yeah. So you can perma-stagger enemies with Deterrence Field. That's what I'm doing to the Valkyries here. Doesn't matter that I don't have fantastic damage here. It never gets to take a turn, so to speak. Like, whatever. We can apply a big fire dot with Unleash the Dragon and a big lightning dot with Ionic Disruptor. That's how you true melee on Zane.
Yeah, Valkyries have drones. Read a damn book. How the hell do you reload this thing?
Unusually potent. Every character can do true melee in this game. It's just true melee as an archetype is the weakest thing every character can do. That's the problem. I mean, maybe stronger than Black Pets, but
Sorry, ladies. I'd love to stay, but I've got a job to do.
Those are advanced mechs, but we're after something bigger. Keep going.
well, I consider that making it work. We can go back to Black now. I just happen to already have that save available. I hadn't played it on stream yet, so. An example, a demonstration, or a test? Demonstration, I guess. That's not something super min-maxed either. It's just... How's everyone's day? It's been okay so far for me. Late start. Didn't sleep great, but I got good coffee.
That would buy
Got
a lot
stream.
of chew toys.
Can't complain
Ready
too
for a
much.
fight?
Nobody does bullets better than Marcus Munitions.
Hey, Jackaboy. Just watched the VOD for day one, missed the end, we're just doing other things. Just momentarily answering a question. Oh, wait, that's a 3 rage and recover. Heavy damage isn't fantastic, but like I can just shoot a Scourge with that on, right? The rage and recover is one of the strongest healing skills they've ever made. It says that it's a percentage of missing health. It's not. It's a percentage of maximum health. Meaning it's 1.6 per point. So at 5 points, you're very, very hard to kill just from the healing from this skill alone. And that's without including any other healing you get, any other damage reduction, shield mechanics, any aggro manipulation you've got going on. It makes you very, very tanky. But it's well balanced because it requires you constantly killing enemies. It only lasts for 3 seconds. And Flak's defensive mechanics being structured like that is part of why Flak's design lends itself to a little more thoughtful play, which I like. go, but have a great day. You as well. Appreciate you coming in and spreading the good vibes. Why am I going up here? Oh, well, I guess that's actually fine. Black, very, very well designed. Yeah, Brucey. As long as you ignore the purple tree that never happened, right?
Glorious quarry. Whence a slaughter to remember.
Oh yeah, I gotta go down once for my Beskar to do the thing. There we go. Should work now. What happens is purple tree stays in purple tree. Yeah, well put. Weapon crit and heavy weapon damage. I want that. Inventory making me make some hard choices. Hey Doza, how are you? True melee's endgame possible on Mo's and Black as well? Yeah. With Mo's, the setup, I have a save for that as well, actually. With Mo's, the setup I run is, Flare class mod, and once again, punching with an Unleash the Dragon. Black, I don't have, like, a pure punching setup right now, but it would be the same core concept, I'll tell you that much. Probably be running around with, Gamma Burst active. Or, head aggro stuff. Let's say there's something just having infinite scourge as Mo's. Oh yeah, random gamer. Oh yeah. It is satisfying. Intensely satisfying. A common early BL3 life strat for endgame content was Mo's players with a Scourge depleting their ammo reserves down to the point where they had nothing left so that Mo's wouldn't try to reload, and then just sustaining it with grenades and means of destruction. Like, just living on that one ammo.
Strip them bare. Satisfying.
Fresh meat!
Yeah, if enemies get a chance to shoot me, it ensures they die, so LOL. Shoot me. Shoot me.
Yes, to the bloodletting! Overwhelm them! Do you see me?
That Scar is so good. So underrated as a shield, somehow. Shield gives you perfect reflect, and gives you 50% true damage reduction while it's active. Now, true damage reduction is important because there's only a couple sources of that in the game. And it's different than the one that you see very commonly on, let's say, Moze has a couple skills that give it, Amar has a couple skills that give it. It's different than that. It calculates differently is the short explanation. Basically, when Beskar says 50%, it means 50%. Any damage number you would take, it cuts it in half. And remember, enemies don't, like, get increased damage as you increase mayhem levels. So, they're still doing damage tuned for the same levels as always. Meaning, if you can get Beskar active, then it's like they don't really hurt you anymore. And Mana Well is the other shield that gives true damage reduction, and that one gives you 90% while it's active. You take 10% of the damage you would have taken, after accounting for all of your other boost stuff. That's an anointed Cutsman, holy shit. The game really wants me to bully it. I'm down. This is the way. Hey Crafty, how are you? Hey Jaybridge. We stand the Mana Well. Stand a well.
I send you all to
No? No? Okay, that didn't quite work for me either. But take that mag stick, it's times 9.
My girl is down.
Nova Burner. Another anointed Cutsman. Okay, hang on. We take both of those because we can re-roll that Nova Burner to be action skill start. We can be real silly. Flat out goofy. Never got a chance to use that Tunguska, but that's okay. Hornet. The Hornet is very, very good. I have so many good items already, though. We're not using that Vanquisher. As much as I should be using it to traverse faster, we're not. Because does the Hornet beat out the multi-tap? Wow. No, it doesn't. 508 base at level 23. Obviously, it's not Splash, it's not Elemental. But, like, wow. Multi-tap's crazy. These haven't rolled over. Be nice to the Hornet. Oh, I love the Hornet. The Hornet's a good item. Extremely underrated. In terms of base game pistols available before Mayhem 6, it's probably one of my favorites. It'd be between the Hornet and the Babymaker, I think. Got a boomsicle from that anointed dude on my last playthrough. It did 2,800 damage per shot. Amazing. I've never gotten a boomsicle in playthrough, ever, in my many, many hours of playing this game. But the day I do, I fear. Didn't give me a hand of glory, did it? Right, yeah, no, because I didn't pick up the one there. Cool. So, let me set the stage here. The year is 2019. The year is 2019. The month is September. You just got a ×2 Liuta, which, instead of doing the normal Liuta thing of one bullet that splits into 3, it's one bullet that splits into 3, and then the original bullet still exists. So, it's 4 projectiles per bullet. Leave No Trace does not have a 0.3 second cooldown. So, POV, you're flak. You have a ×2 minimum mag Liuta with infinite ammo. In conclusion, nerfs are sometimes necessary. Yeah, that Destructo Spinner is vaguely tempting. It's just I don't have backpack space. Where even is my Outrunner? It's all the way over there. We kill Indo Tyrant on the way. Maybe we get an Unforgiven. Now, there's no real point using Unforgiven over GA. Until I get certain effects. Then GA is still preferred, but it's a thing that exists. You spawn like around here, right? There you are.
Some days you hunt, some days you are hunted.
We did get an Unforgiven, but only 384 crit damage. But that mode's calm. Marksman with the 1 Redis, the 1 EM. Heal 3 does not shower you in legendaries and make a joke of the whole story playthrough. Here's the thing. It does do that. But A, it's irrelevant because, I mean, if you were here for the last 2 playthroughs, I did gunless runs of characters, and I was still trivializing, many times using non-unique items. And every Borderlands game has easy playthroughs. The only time you have challenge in Borderlands playthroughs is with self-imposed rule sets, i.e. 1 life runs in BL2. Those are only challenging because of the rules and restrictions associated with it being a 1 life.
That would buy a lot of chew toys.
And there is a reason why in those runs you see players spend 90% of their time either doing the safest possible XP farms or getting copies of extremely high value legendary items that they use to trivialize the game. It's the same in all these games. It's just more automatic in this one, I would say. More automatic. Blackica bad, been too busy to express such basic rights. Blah bad. It's true. It's true. Hope you've been well, Chris. BL3 is so weird when it comes to levels, because BL2 around level 26, 28, you're already be at Sawtooth. The info cache, basically the end of the game. If you do, like, absolute minimum combat and side activities and stuff, I think you can finish BL3 story at, like, level 28, 29. But it's, like, actively difficult to do so. More realistically, you finish in, like, the mid-30s. Because it is just longer, right? I'd say too long. The story really drags its feet in Eden 6 and Necrotafeo. I think a lot of people disagree on that when it comes to a UVHM playthrough. You're talking about normal mode, then yeah, definitely. Oh yeah, UVHM, it's different. UVHM can legitimately be difficult. Wow, Anointed Ruby's Wrath. Okay, we win. Also high gauge. But here's the thing. You can apply the same thing to a Mayhem playthrough of this game. The same way you could apply that to a UVHM playthrough of that game. If you're doing a Mayhem 10 playthrough, you do have to be more discerning with the choices you make. Now, I would say, in a vacuum, Mayhem 10 story content is still easier than UVHM story content. I think that's pretty clear cut. And that's just because more things are viable in Mayhem than UVHM. And it's interesting how that works out, because I would say, like, another component is potentially boss design. Like, I think BL2 bosses, at least a couple of them, stuff like Badassosaurus is just, like, hard to counter for a lot of builds. But I think that's more poor boss design than actual difficulty. How do we feel about that?
Let the hunt take you.
You know, obviously that's DLC, not like main storyline. But I think it's relevant. 55 to 58 in UVHM, especially a wake-up call before the too many skill points kick in. Right, right.
Distract them.
I don't think any disagree that Badassosaurus is bad boss design. I wouldn't think people would, Lizzie, but legitimately the other day I was having a conversation with someone who, it was their first time hearing that Dragon Keep had terrible enemy design across the board. It was their first time hearing that. So, like, you never know. Some things that we kind of take as baseline are not necessarily baseline. I think Badassosaurus should not exist, as do most players. I think I found an actual improvement in the latest Steam update. You now have the URL on every page as well as a refresh button. Oh, that's nice. Took me 9 minutes to kill the warrior. Cool fight, though. Saurus is bad design, but that DLC is a wake-up call in general, as you have to survive dots a ton. There's dots, there's the vehicles, there's the flying enemies. And then there's Badassaurus.
Yes, to the bloodletting!
Jackenstein. Yeah. Ugh. Badassaurus was a good boss with bad mechanics. How does that make it a good boss, then? Like, its counterplay to the boss nearly doesn't exist, and it doesn't do anything particularly memorable other than have those shit mechanics. Like, there's bosses that have one mechanic that you're like, man, if this one thing wasn't there, I'd really like this. Like, for example, if Anathema had fewer immune phases, that boss would probably be universally enjoyed by people who are capable of understanding when they die to their own poor positioning. I get it. I'm stuck. Wasn't really actually paying attention to what I was doing. But Enemies and Hammerlock DLC, that's a fun time. I don't hate those as much. They're at least creative. But I get it. It's really strange how BL2 DLCs have shit enemy design. They have endgame content to do them. BL3 DLCs are super well designed. Had literally no reason to go back to them after one playthrough. Yeah, very much on the extremes. It's really weird how that worked out. So it's like, rarely do you find a DLC where every category of player appreciates something about it. Because, like, I truly just don't give a shit about the story DLCs. Beyond, like, soundtrack as an endgame player. I just don't care. Especially Bounty of Blood, because not only does it not have endgame and not have a good soundtrack, but it also doesn't have a good villain. She's got great character design and is voice acted well, but not a good villain. And in terms of items, it only gives guns. It gives guns, one really shitty artifact, and that's it. Maybe no, it gives one grenade as well. That's like an okay grenade.
The pocket rats.
There was slander from you. I'm shook it. I really like her character design, and I want her to step on me until the struggling stops. But she's got the depth of motivation of a small child. 2 grenades. Is Miracle Bomb from that too? I was confused whether it's from DLC 2 or 3. But yeah, 2 grenades. So that Miracle Bomb is the best thing in that DLC for a non-gun theory crafter. Miracle Bomb, Core Buster. Okay, Miracle Bomb's legit really good. Core Buster's okay, Miracle Bomb's really good. So if you want a Miracle Bomb, cool. If not, then you're there for a gun. If you're not there for a Miracle Bomb or a gun, you're there because you're down bad for Rose or Juno.
Distract them.
There's no other reason to go back to Bounty of Blood.
Iron Predator, you are prey.
Got that handsome Jack dog in her. The Rose plus Ruiner boss fight is literally Jack plus the Warrior in a different font. Stick drift? No. That was just my mouse. Beacon over non-gun anything? I don't know if I'd go that far, but the beacon is morally the best gun. Really dislike the super slow "Hey Vault Hunter, learn how to melee plant game enemies" segment. It's interesting to do like area mechanics that are just present for a DLC, like the infection thing in Commander Lilith DLC. I think conceptually stuff like that is cool, but yeah, BL3 is already a game with questionable pacing in quest design, so like it maybe could have benefited more from not having that. I see where you're coming from. Good villain, terrible motivation. Here's the thing about that, Lillian. Is it still a good villain at that point? Or is it just a good performance with a cool character design? Because Rose and Jack share that they're performed well. They have cool character designs. They're received well by fans. But in terms of what they actually do, nothing really special.
Fly!
Every Lands villain ever. Hey, I happen to really like Zarpedon, because Zarpedon's the hero, and you're the villain. It's a cool inversion. And I think Katagawa Jr. worked really well for his part of the story. That, like, self-contained arc villain.
Distract them!
What is Rose's actual, like, reasoning? The Jacobs Corporation did a bunch of layoffs because they wanted to get out of the planet-killing business. So Rose now kills planets. That's it. That's the whole motivation. Bad because evil. Pretty much the same as Tyrene, just evil because they needed a villain to be there. Very, very hot take. I might be the only person in the world who didn't enjoy the Claptrap DLC. I don't think you're the only person, because there's some people who just on principle choose not to enjoy TPS. Not saying that's you, but, like, you know, there's some people like that. And once again, I'd like to point out that even if something can be received as just, like, good, it doesn't necessarily mean everyone is going to enjoy it. Objectively good does not automatically translate to subjectively good, right?
Go now!
I think in terms of villains in BL3, my favorites are Pretty Boy and Eleanor. Those worked well for me. I think Pretty Boy gets pretty underrated. Yeah, this is a save quit. Thought the glitch stuff was very cool, though. Yeah, the glitch stuff's real cool. Good implementation of a rarity. Glitch and Seraph should be the model for if you're gonna have rarities outside of the, you know,
A hunt with a bounty. That
the
would
standard.
buy a
I don't
lot of
remember the acronym because my brain no worky right now. But from the white, green, blue, purple, orange, that if you're gonna have colors outside of that, and it's not gonna be like the Wonderlands Redux unique rarity, then do it like Seraph or Glitch. Didn't like it, you win, can't argue. Yeah, like, there's no way of arguing around, hey, I just didn't like this. It wasn't for me. Like, yeah, okay. That's perfectly valid.
I've got bullets with your name on them. Well, wait, that came out wrong.
Sorry for the ISP. I'm really frustrated at that shit, especially today. Ugh.
Pocket rats.
Can I reflect my GA bullets that you reflect back at you? No? Okay. I was curious.
Whence you came.
Very happy it got into BO3 9 months after release when all the growing pains were fully medicated. Yeah, the game really hit its stride late summer 2020. Like, I'd say that is where I think BL3 was the most complete and had the fewest problems. Like, the other time where it had fewest problems was Mayhem 4, when that first came out, but it wasn't nearly as complete. It didn't have a lot of its content. I'd say late summer 2020 was probably ideal BL3. If Claptastic had a way to get purples easily like the bunnies, getting glitch weapons would have been great. I agree with that. Claptastic was by no means perfect for me, but it nailed so many things Borderlands DLCs usually picked between. To expand on that point, like, had repeatable content and good story. Both. Most of the time, they just choose. Okay, how are we gonna bully Genevieve here? Fade away Ruby's Wrath? We could wish, but like that's just +1 projectile. We'll stick with the best car. We have this front loader. We can go URAD Ruby's Wrath. So we re-roll that. That did so much damage already. Okay. Polybius. Remember when Genevieve dropped the shield that has Genevieve in it? Interesting times. Is reflected GA bullets max bonus the same way they do self dots? I don't think so. I think it then will check the range from the enemy that reflected it. Because that's how the game handles
Your viewers have a chance at winning a copy of your loot.
reflected bullets for the purposes of like next to Magsanoids. Like an enemy could shoot you, but then you reflect the bullet, but then it counts as your bullet, so it gets your next 2 mags. Gotta say swap to Angel for bonus damage. I don't like doing that personally. I don't like the weapon property transferring stuff. It's exploitative, and I personally don't do it. But yeah, that would ensure the kill if I wasn't already going to one-shot her.
That would buy a lot of chew toys.
Wonder if COVID and the Texas storms didn't happen, what the rest of the DLCs would have been like. I think Krieg DLC is the one that was most affected, because that one was developed entirely remotely, and this was at a time where the games industry didn't know how to function like that. Like, it was uncharted territory.
Another falls silent. Invincible.
And if you notice, most of the side quests in the Krieg DLC are just, like, conversations. Like, one conversation, then quest over. I feel like that's because of that. Bounty of Blood lost a layer of polish, but it haven't lost anything meaningful. Great DLC. It could have had, like, at least more complex side quests. I don't think meaningful as in, like, endgame content. I don't think that was on the table at all. But I think that DLC could have been more fleshed out for its runtime. Now, you and I don't particularly care about those things over other things, but I think that's still relevant. And for DLC 3, Creed DLC I'm in agreement with. Right. Rough Rider count is full? No. It counts as empty. Early in BL3's life, it was inconsistent on how it measured things. Like, for some purposes it'd be full, for some it'd be empty. But now it's always empty. Which is one of many reasons why the Rough Rider isn't good in this game. But, like, you have more reasons to have a full shield than an empty one. Because you have, over in Guardian rank, you have topped off, which is right here. Action skill cooldown rate increases while at full shields. This is 200%. So, that's huge. But then, the characters each have reasons why you'd want a more full shield as well. Like, for example, Zane has Adrenaline, which is a cooldown skill that increases in potency the more full your shield is. And then there's also the fact that the Rough Rider gives you a percentage-based increase to your health in this game, rather than a large flat value, and that's vastly inferior. And there's shields that give you larger increases to your health pool without any of the downsides. For example, a triple health roll shield, a multivitamin, gives you more health. A plus ultra can roll 2 health parts, and it already doubles your health. Like, there's no upsides to Rough Rider in this game. Exactly. Charter Rack Attack. Consec. Consec's not bad here. I'll vibe with Consec. Will I actually? Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Oh boy, Gravity Snare. Terra Cryo is kind of fun there, sure. If a ghost gets me, then I get that cryo damage. Stop giving me Grav Snare.
What's up, BH?
I would like more storage space. Drop that for now. Base Puncher's starting to get out leveled. Get rid of it yet, though. We haven't used that creamer. We can always get another one. Hey, Geo. Dialogue skip. I don't actually think I have it on right now. Or I might. It might only work for some things. I don't remember, honestly. Charge speed on a Cosmic Stalker. 400's Eye. Okay, that's super interesting. That's very interesting. And a Bounty Hunter with grenade damage. And Doll crit. Definitely take that. Bangarang's cool. I'm trying to make space, damn it. The farm rules, by the way, same as Amara. No rules. No rules on this one. This is me bullying the game as hard as I possibly can. I also ensured that I have enough keys to do whatever I want. So we are bullying. I don't need that Pestilence. I can get another one pretty much at any point. Friend bot has splash radius. I want to splash damage. They're getting good rolls on my class mods here, honestly. Okay, we're gonna hop to another character briefly. Just so I can looking for something that's specifically not at Midnight's current. I'll just go to Sanctuary. Outflax Steakhouse, no rules, just right. Always full and it would be the CDR shield. Yeah, it would be always on topped off. Just nothing would compete. I'm gonna go tip Moxie a bunch to get items that I can sell on the playthrough character for SDUs. I could of course sell stuff from my bank too, but this stops me from having to deal with that. Where's the fucking... There you go.
Hey there, sugar.
Don't shoot!
Oh wait, no, I have emote down there. I can't do that. I keep forgetting I can't do that. It's been years.
Hey,
Oh, I guess I'll do it the hard way.
Glad to be appreciated. Thanks, sugar. Every little bit helps, sugar.
Excuse me.
I always appreciate a big tip. Better than nothing, I suppose. Hey, I'll take it. Glad to be appreciated. Better than nothing, I suppose. Hey, I'll take it. Now that's what I like to see. Keep 'em coming. That's what I always say.
I could bind to two things at once, but
Keep it up, sugar, and I might have to find a way to show my appreciation. All that for little old me? You shouldn't have. Mighty kind of you, sugar.
I'm freaking sick of this.
Mighty kind of you, sugar.
chat, it's
Sugar.
hot.
the lost treasure of Aslan de Vega. Myth or legend?
Peace out.
Mighty kind of you, sugar.
How many we get? Maybe enough for an increase? Yeah, that plus whatever I can pull from my bank should be enough. Also, we never named this character. Yo, Optimum, please.
A hunt with a bounty.
On with the
I
bounty.
would buy a lot of chew toys.
Grr, arg. An average you get enough items to sell and pay back the tips. Well, I'm getting high level ones on a character where money is no object, and selling them on a much lower level character. So it's always going to be pure profit. UI moment.
Enjoy your profit, my friend.
Where's he?
I've got bullets with your name on them. Well, ain't that came up rough.
Friends of yours?
Try
something
I repeated your answer. Power died after I asked. There's no rules on this one, Pris. Still need another mill.
more stuff? Got 3 words.
Okay, I'll pull stuff from bank then. There's no rules on this one. I am bullying the game as hard as I possibly can. That's why we're running around with a multi-tap, a guardian angel and stuff. So as ultimate as RNG allows, then right. And I've stacked the deck in my favor. I still have to jump through the RNG hoops, but like I have diamond keys, etc. Yeah, a lot of level 65 items in here. 45 stagecoach.
Another day, another once-in-a-lifetime deal from Marcus Munitions.
Don't make me scroll.
Whatever it is, I'll take it.
Do that.
Buy this thing and hold more stuff.
How much do I need for the next
you
one?
know you want to.
Another 3 mil. Yeah, sorry. We'll do a little more of this. Yeah, artifacts are dropping now that I'm level 27. That's where they start dropping. It's just you still can't use them until you beat Grave Ward. Corrosive Hedgehog. That'd actually be useful. If we weren't showered in legendaries constantly, but, you know. The only way to get me to do inventory management. Have me sell items for SDUs for another character.
Bullets and bombs. Spend it in good health.
You're gonna need more space.
Okay, that's enough for
so
now.
Buy it already.
Yeah, I have 7 free slots now. Corrosive Stone Auto Idol. Like that. The Phase Zerker with Splash. Frozen Flesh Melter with AoE. Sure. Give that fragment to Tannis. We can go hit the Diamond Armory. We're here. Yeah, like I said, we'll go through Grave Ward and then grab Peregrine, I think. Hey, Mr. Squatch.
Oh, you're a resistance
Thank you for the raid,
fighter
Beef. I
now,
appreciate
eh?
it. How'd stream go?
How does
What'd
it
you get
feel
up to?
be one of the people? Disgusting, I imagine. Glad to have Clay on the team. He's pretty capable.
Those of you who don't know me, hi, I'm Quag. I do build stuff in Borderlands primarily. We're doing what we're calling Tryhard Flak, where I'm basically just gonna bully the game as hard as I possibly can at every point in a story playthrough, and it's been very enjoyable. +5 jab cross breaker, that's fun. Mess around with maybe a Death Blessing setup. Boo, Death Blessing. Hiss. +5 jab cross breaker is fun. Do anything special with Dead Icon? Keep getting them farming Hunter Seekers. So before the existence of 300 over 90, now 150 over 90, Deadeye was a really good way of getting access to that multiplier, and like you could do some interesting stuff seeding your 2-fang shots with it. It's not really more optimal than Bounty Hunter with what we now know about Bounty Hunter, and it's not more optimal than Stackbot if you're allowed to set up the Stackbot stacks, but it's not a bad class mod by any means. Check the gun wall first. I never do that. Bloodstar Beast. Much better than the last one we got on this wall. Gargoyle. New slow hand. Still ×2 though. And cryo, so it can't dot. Or at least it won't primary dot. Need bonus elements. Couple flippers. Not a great gun wall, honestly. Take the BSB. I forgot how great the Jacob's Call pistols are, but damn, I hate farming Tyrene. Definitely not a fan favorite farm, for sure. Hydrofrost. Hydrofrost is a fun gun, but it's so ammo inefficient that, like, especially I don't have pistol SDUs, I would run out in a couple of combat encounters. Something I'm much more likely to use on, like, Zane, because I can do ammo regen. And he's got all the cryo incentives. Lurking off to build a keyboard. Thanks for being a homie. Quack and chat. Catch y'all later. Sounds good, Maniki. You have a good one. Thanks for hanging out. Not a fantastic diamond key thus far, honestly. Pick this Asclepius. I'm not gonna use it though. I know I'm not gonna use it. Take a Revenginator. The haha funny. Guess we could take a more up-to-date front loader. I can drop the other one. Asclepius. Dakota does the Hydrofrost better. I don't know if I'd say that. Situationally, sure. Hydrofrost is a good weapon. It's just, it's got steeper competition than Dakota does. Because pistols are just a really stacked category. Shotguns are also stacked, but Dakota stacks up well against a lot of those. Pistols peak higher. Generally. I have to put a lot of asterisks next to things in this conversation. Because comparing power across those weapon categories gets really complicated. You've got things like Anarchy, Lucky 7, Face Puncher, Free Radical. It gets wonky. Take the cryo fastball, I guess. I feel about using things like the gargoyle reload cancel. It's on the table. As long as I'm not doing time trials runs, emote cancels are on the table. I did a Moe's playthrough where my primary method of dealing damage was reloading at things with various effects from that. I think that was the last playthrough I did before Wonderlands. It feels recent, but it wasn't recent. Soros Execute. Ooh, that's a good thing to get right now, actually. It's really looking like I'd take that already. Convergence, but it's ×8 and non-LE. Res, but that's easy enough to get. We still haven't bothered, but easy enough. Bug's good, but also easy enough to get. Soul Render, non-LE. Yeah, we definitely take this execute. Corrosive Fastball, that's something. Recurring Hex, though. A Corrosive Fastball, but another Recurring Hex. Yeah, you know it's me when I pass up on 2 recurring hexes for fastball. Shout out to Stone Swan for making me see the light on that item. Yo, UI, you wanna... There we go. Faulty Star could be funny. More non-LE stingers. Rejected Faulty Star, that's tragic. Madcap with Nova and Amp is interesting enough. I guess that's technically an optimal Rough Rider, but like... Nothing great here. Plan to take this to takedowns the rest of endgame. I mean, yeah, but like the thing with it is it'll just be regular flak gameplay at that point because I'm bullying the game as hard as possible, so I'm more likely to just do endgame with a bunch of different builds. But sure. If there's anything in particular you guys would want to see me use, I can build towards that for showcasing purposes. Or I can go through my list of saves and find one where I've already done it. It's definitely the case in for some items. I guess I just take that black hole. Tribal, no thank you. Okay, so all that space I went and got, gone. I don't want that black hole anyway. I'll probably end up throwing out those fastballs, but that's okay. That's okay too. Continue. We're gonna go through Grave Ward. And I think we go... Yeah, we get a Peregrine. Like, we won't be able to get role reversal until after the story anyway. That's something I really want to mess around with. Like, something I thought about doing is,
I have need of you, beast. A hunt with a bounty. That would buy a lot of chew toys.
A Pestilence build that's also throwing grenades.
For me.
Sounds like a good time. Like, I've done red suit grenade builds on Flak. I've done Pestilence builds on Flak. But I've never done them together at the same time. I think that could be enjoyable. Like, Pestilence on Amara is one of my favorite things. and I kind of want to try to capture that experience on Flak, even though it won't quite be the same. The action skills operate differently enough.
Exhilarating! You are prey. This is the way of things. Sky's Fury!
Yeah, for whatever reason, activating Rack Attack just pops all of those. Like, it doesn't have to hit anything, it just pops them all. More Urban Mech.
A hunt with a bounty. That would buy a lot of chew toys.
Hunt with a bounty would buy a lot of chew toys. That's true. I don't know where I've heard that before, but I feel like I've heard that before. An Atlas crit? If that had been on a Flakcom? An interesting front loader. Brimming front loader. I guess that's not bad. Certainly weird. Yeah, that was the Breath of the Dying Orb critting, which is just scary to describe. We could get a sellout here if we want to do elemental projector stuff. Chew toys for all Flak's pets. Flak, why do you think Flak has that skill that makes money? Gotta pay for him somehow. Most dangerous game. I mean, hang on. Controller moment. You can scroll on controller. You can't on mouse and keyboard. It rewards cash on kill.
Too many to count.
Oh boy, a rectifier. Star Helix. We're already past the point where Star Helix is really desirable. Too many other things available.
Feel the bloodlust.
I just felt like getting this claptrap. I don't know why. Where's the way I'm supposed to be going? This way. Oh yeah, that's why. Now I have Megabore. Yeah, now I have Megabore. Just ground slam it. No, I'll rack attack. Back from shower, welcome back. I think this is one of those sections that that people cite when talking about pacing BL3 story-wise. This does drag on, this is very clearly filler. Like, Clay is a cool character, there's some cool concepts to play around with, but this is blatantly filler. And I don't know why, because, like, they didn't need to fill this section of the game out. Unless they had some sort of arbitrary targeted runtime they were going for. Eden 6 is weird, some really good writing, but also more filler than most areas. I enjoy the Troy stuff, I enjoy the Wainwright stuff. Then, like, most of this planet is just, like, either set up that never gets paid off, or just, like, weirdly paced filler. Also vehicles. The cardinal sin. Breath of Dying should go crazy here. Good job, Breath of the Dying. Birth and death of the Tyrone-Tyrene rift. Never just said how she became Goliath. Deep cover. I did in Broadway. What's the name? Are you talking about Typhon? Super memorable dude. Can't remember his name. I'm not really a Typhon fan. Bit of a miss character-wise for me. Any gravitas he brought to the story was kind of undercut by him mostly just talking about what surfaces he had sex on. At a point in the story where I had already checked out. Didn't really care what was going on.
You're gonna get chopped!
Let the hunt make you. I am not your weakness.
Hold on a minute, will ya? You'll remember my name, which is...
Also, how are you meant to get attached to your characters introduced and killed off in the last act of the story? I don't know. Like, were we meant to get attached? Was that the aim? If so, it didn't work. Not just what services, but how. Oh yeah, you went into detail.
The bloodshed. The chaos. I want to see what your guts look like.
Attached to the two bot attendants he had, True Victims. Oh yeah, they had an entertaining questline. On the Typhon logs, more interesting, the conversations with him. Yeah, he himself didn't need to be in the game. The logs were, like, better than the actual character. In my opinion, anyway. Hey Scott, how are you? Been alone on that planet for a long time, his idea of boundaries totally gone. But as we saw in the logs, his idea of boundaries kind of never really existed in the first place. He was just always an interesting guy. Put it that way. Part of Necro was needed? None of it. It could have just been a post-game planet. Roll credits. You don't go there. Troy's the final boss. and that's it.
Let them hear
That's it.
your rage.
Like, maybe you get a call from Typhon now that both his kids are dead, and he's like, hey, I hear you're a Vault Hunter. We should, like, link up and shit. And you just do all the side quests and shit there. You deal with the rest of Malawan or whatever. And then it's post-game area. MDLC 1, not even. That could just be, like, a planet that exists to be endgame content. You could have just made it a massive difficulty spike. Just an endgame area. But, nope. That is part of the story. It's already overstaying its welcome. Bro is a better fight, for sure. Narratively and in gameplay. Stop having good ideas. Thank you, Ruby's Wrath. Very cool. Cryo Stone Static Charge. Ooh. Hot Drop Safe Goward with AoE. These artifact drops, I'm being spoiled. I still don't have my artifact slot. We'll quit Bloodstarved. We haven't used that as of yet. I don't want to get rid of that stagecoach for sentimental value. Whatever the Rowan's called. Like, they talk so much about the planet-sized vault, and then the monster we fight is smaller than freaking Grave Ward. Come on. Yeah, it just... Like I always say, the Great Vault was the climax of the game for me, and everything after, I'm just like, oh, I guess this is still going, huh? Hey, Swin, how are you? Zane would have loved that hot drop? Yeah. That would have set me up very nicely. Wish I kind of went harder on the fact that Troy is a male siren, which means the mechanism of becoming siren can be influenced by human biology. Well, yeah, like, if you know someone's pregnant with a kid and then you engineer circumstances where you ensure that that kid becomes the inheritor of siren powers, like, what happens if you just keep doing that until someone has triplets or something? Then you just make more sirens than you're normally supposed to be able to have. Like, that's an interesting potential plot point. Like, what happens if you got an Octomom situation and you coerce a siren into designating one of those kids as the inheritor of siren powers, and then it just gets spread around while they're all in the womb or something? Like, what happens then? Food for thought. By Hellwalker. I mean, Hellwalker's not better than any of the items I have equipped right now, so. And I'm kind of conserving inventory space. Shame this Bloodstar Beast is not full auto, but semi-auto we get the scale simple, the 10% mult.
This is my purpose. Avenge me!
can we bioengineer Lilith's neck? Thank you for testing. Siren Bene Gesserit group.
Another falls silent.
They literally introduced a male siren after 3 games of telling us sirens can only be women. Not only that, they introduced a concept of there being more than 6 sirens at a time after Jack explicitly said there can only be 6. Like, there were 8 sirens during the plot of BL3.
Where did that come from?
8. If you include Troy. Hey, goodbye, Archimedes. Does Jack know everything in Though? No, he doesn't. Which is why he didn't know about the 7. With the information we have, we know there's 7. And that Troy's an anomaly. How's the one-shotting going? Well, we're one-shotting basically everything with the Ruby's Wrath. We don't even have a one-shot friendly annoyed. Like, we can get real toxic with that.
A hunt with a bounty. That would buy a lot of chew.
Like, I kind of want to one-shot Aurelia and Grave Ward. Just gonna require some anoint rerolling. But I want to do it. Like, we can one-shot Grave Ward since, little known fact, Grave Ward is one of 2 bosses in Borderlands 3 that has a health gate mechanic. Grave Ward and Gigamind. They, at each 1/3 point of their health bar, they have a health gate. So you require at least 3 instances of damage to one-shot the boss. Ruby's Wrath is 7 rockets, so like... Wait, really? Yeah, it's a real thing. Gigamind is actually one of the hardest bosses in the game to one-shot because of that. It doesn't have a lot of health, but has a health gate. Grave Ward also has Atarax-style washing dot off mechanic as well.
You've got enemies, and I've got ammo.
Sounds better than an immune phase. It is, design-wise. It's just, they don't have health. And in terms of, like, that prevents a one-shot, sure, but it doesn't prevent a melt or a multi-projectile weapon one-shotting. Like, it just means you can't one-shot as easily with, like, a kick charger, but let's say you shoot, like, a Scourge. Well, because that hits a ton of times, still dead. So it's an interesting way of doing it, but practically it doesn't stop shit. Unless you're going with the same one-shot tech you used for other bosses. That's what it's good at stopping.
Atlas'll do right by us. I've got to.
I gotta make space here, but like, I guess I get rid of that fastball that I said I would get rid of. We never used this replay, but oh well. I don't have space for it anymore. We got mileage out of that web slinger, and we don't need that Lucian's Call anymore. The black use a gun that normally has 1 pellet and 1 shot. Tree monster, because the skill gives more pellets. Yes, 2 Fang is good for that. Also, bonus elements count as extra instances of damage, so stuff like having, you know, ASC 50s here, that gives you another instance. Moe's has short fuse, which is its own thing, and then Skagden applies to short fuse. So Moe's struggles the least with that. So everyone can do it? Yes, but it still affects setups. So, like, you'll often see people get walled on Graveward one-shots, and they'll think they don't have enough damage. No, it's that mechanic coming in. Because not only do you need enough instances, but you need those instances to be then strong enough. So, like, it's easy enough to get, let's say, 6 instances of damage on 1 shot, but you would need... Like, let's say one of those was 1 billion damage, but then the other 6 were like 100 million each. That wouldn't one-shot, because the 1 billion would get eaten by the first gate, and then you'd only have 600 mil to deal with the other 1 billion HP that's left. So it wouldn't one-shot. Like, the way it works is, you could have 2 instances of damage that are a quadrillion each. The first one would get the first gate, the second one would get the second gate, and then Grave Order would have exactly 33% HP left.
So long, customer.
Rocketeer is better than Flare on Moe's for Grave Ward. Right, because, it boosts the Skagden instance.
A new ship AI. I'm intrigued. Lisps denote supreme intelligence, you know.
Does there need to be something that just prevents true one-shots? At that point, why bother? Sometimes yes, because there's a lot of bosses that have cool mechanics that are, like, it just never comes into play. Their mechanics never get to happen because they don't live long enough. And, like, that's the thing. With Borderlands boss design, either they're mechanically uninteresting or they don't live long enough to do anything. And because of that, despite the Borderlands IP being 14 years old, there's players who've been there from the beginning who don't know how to handle basic boss fight mechanics because they've never had to. Is that also true for casual player? Yes. Bounty of Blood in this game is a fantastic example. The mechanics for most of those bosses are flat out not known. Players have not seen some of the boss mechanics. What are we arguing? We're not arguing. We're just discussing Borderlands boss design. Because enemies in Bounty of Blood just don't have HP. If invulnerability phases have interesting mechanics and stuff involved, that can be fine. We just stand there and waste 5 seconds of my life, we'll be pissed. Yeah. Immune phases, if you structure them like Wotan, where it's a momentum change, it's the boss changing modes, and they're very short. It works fine. If it's something like, as much as I love the Troy fight, Troy has an immune phase for taking his jacket off and staring at you for 5 seconds. Like, that's not my favorite. Irene boss fight is structured in such a way that you could have literally infinite damage, and the shortest you can get that fight is like 33 seconds. Because it's standing around waiting. And if you miss one of those cycles by like 5 seconds, it adds another 25 seconds to the fight. That's not my favorite. Kilovolt having a skippable immune phase is great, but if you don't skip it goes too long. Right. Kilovolt, if you do enough damage to one-shot his entire health bar before you completely deplete his shield bar, then you don't have to deal with his immune phase. That's good immune phase design. Like, this doesn't even necessarily mean you have to one-shot him completely. It means you could chip down the shield to where it's just got a pixel left and then do a really big hit. And then if that just does enough to do that tiny pixel of shield and then the full health bar, you're rewarded by the fight still being shorter.
Things could be worse.
That's good immune phase design. Action skill damage, doll crit, cosmic stalker with 2 big game. That's pretty good. But yeah, there's implementations that we don't necessarily like. And there's bosses that could have had their longevity mechanics replaced by immune phases, and they would have been better. Like, for example, Master G, however the fuck you say that guy. If they'd replaced the way that dude works with, instead he goes immune every so often, you get rid of that immunity by moving him into the puddle. That could have been received better. Because one of the turnoffs for a casual player in that fight is you don't feel like you're making progress. And it's kind of similar to Scourge in that what you're actually doing isn't making as much of a difference as what the boss's arena and ads are doing to him instead of you. I still don't think that boss is as much of a miss as others might, but there you go, there's one. Mr. G spot. The premise of this build. This is me just bullying the game as hard as I possibly can. So, like, we're currently one-shotting everything with the Ruby's Wrath. I'll walk. Really wish I liked this game more. The QOL is so fucking good compared to 2. We can only hope that, like, the things you like about this game are carried forward, and that the things you don't are mitigated in the next century. I think that's the most logical way of going about things. I think the core of feedback that should be heard is by people who have given this game proper chances and gone in open-minded, and then have specific, actionable feedback about the things that haven't worked for them. People like Gage, people like Vocal. I think that feedback carries a lot of weight. Car worker has a plan for 4th of July. Uh-oh.
Come here, girl. A hunt with a bounty. That would
Weedman
buy a
added
lot
new
of
flavors of the
Cheetos.
Kool-Aid to his menu. Go on.
Reinforcements!
Rampager for another Snortfest, see if they're clues that it should have mechanics. Right, yeah, Rampager's huge downtime. And then even after it's not immune, it's just jumping around in a way that makes it very difficult to hit to begin with. So much of the Rampager fight is just waiting.
The hunt takes all.
Really been paying attention to Borderlands, so you know what the next game is? Nope. We have no idea what it is. All we know is a couple years ago, Randy indicated that they're working on quote-unquote the big one, which has usually been his way of referring to a main series entry. We have no info beyond that. Yo, come on, Optimum. Really, I just get fucking no bitrate? No upload? Please. I hate my ISP so much. I'm like 99% sure they're just throttling the neighborhood. Now that, college kids are out to try to force people to upgrade to fiber. What happens when you get 4 cross-faded girls, a Wii, and fireworks in the same room? Maybe don't do the fireworks, but the rest of it sounds like an enjoyable holiday. Watching Hollow Point kill stuff, y'all should be grateful Mo's has such issues triggering it, or TCP would be even more terrifying. Yeah.
This is only the beginning.
I mean, technically, doesn't that mean Holy Crit would be optimal Hollow Point usage for most? Despite the fact that Holy Crit nerfs Hollow Point, wouldn't that still be optimal? That a BSB? Yes, sir. Shut. Hey, Priz doesn't like that I'm right. Priz never likes when I'm right. But I'm right. Oh yeah, going back to your question. Hi man. I'm in no rush for news on the next Borderlands game because I want them to take their time. I want them to take their time. And especially, like, if they were to announce today, really, why is your health bar here already? What is happening? Huh? If they were announced, like, today, that, you know, they're doing Borderlands 4, and it's releasing December 2023, you know, if they did that, would anyone feel confident about that release? 2023 releases have not been good. There have been a lot of misses, and also, that would mean that, it would be less than 2 years after their previous major release, and usually if you put major releases that close together, there's problems. I don't know. Fairly confident. Confidence is good. But what do we lose by waiting a little longer? Like, it only gets better. As long as we're not in Duke Nukem levels of development time, or Cyberpunk levels of overhyping something you're working on. Don't we only gain quality by waiting.
Rise and hunt.
Totally get the concern too. They can take as long as they want. Nothing to all the way games are now. Wait for a complete good game. Yeah. Like, as long as they manage our expectations well and let it cook completely,
I wondered where that went.
we'll get a banger. Still liking BL3? Oh, absolutely. BL3 is, my most played non-MMO. By a pretty significant margin at this point. This answers why you're skinny flack. For the toes. See? Look at the toes. See the toes. Ew, that's the correct response. Forgot doing a Melda Azure to the Chaos Chambers. Pain. The Melda is pain.
The fray.
Ooh, anointed front loader. Take that. Yeah, we're gonna do some anoint rerolling before Grave Ward. I want a one-shot Grave Ward with a Ruby's Wrath. Just because I can.
Your hunt is over.
Fang trickery planned? No need. I'm just gonna get URAD. I'm gonna roll URAD on it and get an ASC 50 on the front loader. That should be enough. As long as the game is in development, I'm okay with it. There's no way it's not in development. They just haven't done a formal announcement. Which I think is strategically good because the Lands fandom has always had problems managing their expectations. Always. So, not announcing until you have, like, a game is the correct play, if you ask me. Also, something to consider is with that recent Embracer news, we don't know what internally is happening at any of the studios in the Embracer group, except for, I mean, Crystal Dynamics says that Tomb Raider's not affected. But we don't know for, like, anyone else. Why no next to Max Fire? Because I didn't think of that. And yeah, that's more optimal. Yeah, next to Max Fire would be better. Announcing too early could lead to people encouraging the game to be released earlier than it should, which has happened way too many times. Yeah. Also, Gearbox is not in a position where they need to release a game to, like, remain afloat. They've been doing pretty well publishing-wise. And they recently acquired the Risk of Rain IP as well. Which is actually kind of really big. Because think about it, Gearbox has not released anything anyone has given a shit about other than Lands in a while. Like Battleborn did not succeed. But now that they have the Risk of Rain
A
IP,
hunt with a bounty.
which was well
That would
received,
buy a lot of chew toys.
they have another thing under their belt. About to publish Remnant 2. Yeah, they're about to publish Remnant 2. They published a couple other games this year. Their publishing has done pretty okay. Godfall, they could have marketed better, but I'm happy with the game itself when they published that. It being a last hurrah for the current consoles would fit general Borderlands numbered timing, allows them to sell a remaster. Right, yeah. And keep in mind, last hurrah for current console gen might sound absurd considering a lot of people are only now getting current gen consoles, but current console gen is 3 years old. Yeah, time is fucking weird, but current console gen is 3 years old. The PS2 had what, a 4-year cycle, or was it a 5-year cycle? It's either 4 or 5 years before the PS3 came out, and PS2 is seen as one of the most longest lasting consoles. So 3 years into current console gen is you know, pretty solid way in. Well, anytime soon, already juggling Destiny 2 and Warframe, having big updates consistently and enjoying them a lot. Yeah, like having multiple things to play definitely makes the time go by faster. Vibe Battleborn. How you doing, Shots? Godfall enjoyer. I played the worst character, Vertigo, and got her shards max. She's so fun. Is Vertigo considered the worst? I need Viper in here. I need Viper to verify.
Come on by the bridge and say what's up, crew.
The Moth? Yeah, I know which one Vertigo is. There's a storm approaching, and there's this white-haired lad with a plastic chair walking around. Does he seem particularly motivated? Yeah, I don't know why lately I've got such an itch, but I really want Capcom to announce another Devil May Cry game. DMC5 was fucking heat. DMC5 is approaching 4 years old. Give me more. Give me more. I know Capcom's focusing on Dragon's Dogma 2 and Exoprimal. Maybe they're doing RE4 DLC. Kind of weird that they didn't announce that, but it could end up being far removed like Village DLC was. Or just not happening. Like everyone expected RE3 to have DLC and it never did. We'll see. But... And Capcom, of course, just pushed Street Fighter 6 out as well. Capcom's been doing well. Give me DMC. DMCA, DMC6. Although it would be funny if they named it DMCA somehow, just to fuck with people. Like Devil May Cry Apocalypse or something. I could see them doing that. I get 2 more Iridium piles. EMC1, the Mortal Kombat approach. Destiny 2 is paywalling ways to get old guns. Are we surprised? When you have a game eat another game and then you have to sunset content to stop the game download from becoming a fucking terabyte, and that game is also free to play. Like, if you didn't see this coming, you should have. SA100's not bad. Rack slag doesn't work. Like we're rerolling more. Or getting more chests. Destiny superfan, actually positive about it, so I'm having fun. I'm glad you're enjoying. Glad you're enjoying. They don't remove content from the file size. It's all still in the game. It's why the file size only gets bigger. Oh, that's even better. It's even better. How big is the game download right now? I'm curious. They just revealed a new Xbox that's gonna have a 1 terabyte SSD. That's really cool. And it's almost enough to hold 2 whole AAA games. Like, I'm sure my complaints about Diablo running like shit would be mitigated if I put it on my SSD, but I don't have room. 76, surprisingly small. Good for them. Good for them. At least that's somewhat optimized. Like, I know that game has a lot of content in its entire catalog if it was to all be in the game at once. 76 gigs for all that's pretty admirable. Like, BL3 is 136? 135? Something like that. How much SSD space do I have? Let me look. Currently 72 gigs free. It's a 500 gig SSD. And I have 72 free. SSD for me is like 130. 76 on console. What platform do you play on, Iman? Series X? Interesting. Xbox? Yeah, you mentioned. I should have remembered. Apologies. PS5. That's weird. Any PC Destiny players? Can we get another point of comparison? Steam says it's 94. Yeah, I would have expected it to be in like the 150 range based on content volume. ASE Splash. I think we take that. I don't want to sit here rerolling the entire time.
Too expensive.
A little more, just a little more. Having Bloody Harvest on while I do this rerolling is causing a problem, but like I'm too lazy to turn it off and on again. This is 94 and I have everything. Interesting. How big do we think Starfield is gonna be? How many keys do I have for this vault card now? I'm curious. Before or after modders corrected? Before, of course. Ah, I have a lot.
I was expecting you to get lost.
AC shock isn't ideal, but fuck it, whatever. This will probably be enough damage. Although, yeah, no, we got ASC fire there. We're good, we're good. So the idea is gonna be, I go into fadeaway, I shoot another gun twice, and then I switch to Ruby's Wrath and we one-shot Graveward. Can you put a size on the universe? Yes.
A hunt with a bounty. That
Going
would
off
buy a
Steam, it
lot
says
of
you need
cheap
125 gigs. You're definitely gonna need more than that. Like, you're gonna need more. I want to see how big player save files get. Like, I want to see someone play 50 hours of Starfield, and then I want to see how big their character's save file is. That's something I'm very curious about. Oh yeah, same brain cell, Chris.
It's time to fight.
This track is a banger, by the way. You never get to hear it. It's only for this fight against these two enemies you never see again. That have no HP. It's gonna be one of those games that runs worse and worse the more content you do in your character. Absolutely. Fallout 4 was like that. Skyrim was like that. Cyberpunk was like that. Ah, I missed. Well, I still didn't hit him, so. Just wait for the cycle to play out. Alright, here we go.
Go and meet death.
Okay.
I suppose I'll take that.
Well, we got a ward, but only one roid part. Roid ward, we didn't get squid ward. Really unfortunate. Only big concern I have about Bungie at the moment is they're making their new extraction shooter, Marathon, with heavily modified and upgraded engine they made in-house for Halo Reach. Well, Marathon is an IP that Bungie has had, like, that's their OG IP. It's just them reviving it. So I think it's something they would put the most care and love into. Because Destiny was them putting themselves back on the map after losing the Halo IP. Marathon is what they are originally known for. I think they're gonna take some extra care with that one. Or at least I would. Making a completely new format of game. I think that's what you have to do, because Marathon's, what, 30 years old at this point? 25, maybe? Yep, 30? Yeah. Old IPs coming back is fun. Armored Core with new gen tech. Yeah, that's a good example.
When did you eat that?
Do that thing I like where you leave.
Got a Bungie 30th anniversary late last year, so 30, 31 years. Yeah, I'm 28, so yeah. I've never heard good things about Destiny 2 PvP, even when it was in what most considered a good state. So, nobody hates Destiny more than Destiny fans. It's impossible to tell when it's doing well. Suppose I could have done the amp wish for more damage on that one shot. I didn't need more damage. It's a good time to hit another diamond key. Lots of people still playing it, must be doing fine. Now, everyone I personally know who is a Destiny enjoyer is not actively consuming the game right now. But I don't have first-hand experience. I can't tell you how it's doing. I can only tell you what the people I interact with say. And that's not exactly an ironclad metric. So, I genuinely don't know. Say that they bleeding lots of people to Diablo. Every game is bleeding lots of people to Diablo, Honey Bunny, and I don't think Diablo 4 is a good game. Let's see how many viewers. Now, Twitch viewership is not a metric of how alive or good a game is. Disclaimer. But let's see. Diablo 4 category, 173,000 viewers. It's just the popular thing right now. I don't think Diablo 4 is a good game. I think it's a decent game. Ooh, Major Kong. So Major Kong is the highest card damage weapon in Borderlands 3. If you're pulling a trigger and getting, you know, damage from that one shot, this is the most you're getting. So we could do some Major Kong stuff. However, there's a lot of good stuff in here. Trevinator, Shockrad. The last one was Corrosive. That's part of why it performed so well. ×1 Slow Hand. Now that's really tempting. Got both a ×1 and a ×2 Thug in here. Itchy Breeder, that was my nickname in high school. Trick Shot, that's fun. Boogeyman, ooh. Corrosive Bloodstar Beast, and it's full auto. I think watching Diablo is boring as shit. I think playing it's not much better. We're taking the Bloodstar Beast. Yeah, Tom, we took it. Shocker! You can't escape me! I will chase you to the ends of the earth! I was just talking about that last night, Sora. If they don't have a reference to that in Spider-Man 2, I'm gonna be so upset. Here, because I was just talking about it last night, I can scroll up in a DM, copy the link, and put it in chat. Like, if you've not heard this, it is my favorite voice acting ever.
Get back here, Shocker! Shocker! You can't escape me! I'll chase you to the ends of the earth!
It's my favorite clip ever. And like, for context, Shocker's just doing regular Shocker shit. This isn't the Spider-Man animated series from the 90s. Shocker's just doing regular Shocker shit. Spidey is just being unreasonable. Like, you'd think that Shocker, like, killed Aunt May or some shit. No, he's just doing as usual. So, fans are really hoping that we get a recreation of that in Spider-Man 2. Or that when you fail the QT in Web of Shadows? Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Ooh, O.M. Won't suit the rubies super well, but... I'm conflicted here. Guess we take a Revolter. You can't escape me. The best. Comments under that video are also gold. So we got the artifact slot now. We can, like, Corrosive Stone Auto Island. Oh yeah, I was gonna go get Peregrine. Like, we can actually punch bot now because we have a static charge. So that's on the table. Even a elemental stone static charge. But like, we got a hot drop with AoE. And that's pretty rad. I'll equip that for now. Although, having Flesh Melter, I could get an ASC 50 Corrosive, and then my ricochets would be getting that bonus element and benefiting from Flesh Melter as well. Flesh Melter with Breath of the Dying is also just insane. I think I want an ASC 50 Corrosive. Let's see if Earl has that. The Hot Spring, does it do anything well? It's a good healing source. Good on Gorillas in the Mist.
Don't worry, I ain't a cannibal.
We check my Destiny 2 hours. You can't escape me. Chase you to the end of there, Spider-Man said calmly. Oh, like Dumbledore saying calmly. Yeah. That old meme. Onsec Leech. Shock there. Corrosive there. I want it on a grenade. Earl, give me a grenade. Times 25 Stagecoach better than Hellwalker on Flak? Yes. Found it? Oh, the QTE fail? Wait, which one is this? Oh no, that's from a different game. Oh, that's from the movie tie-in one.
With a bounty. That would buy a lot of
Alright, yeah, that one's great. Here, let me find the one I'm thinking of. Is it this one? Oh, it's this video. Yeah, this has all the ones I'm thinking of. Yeah, it's this one. Yeah, regarding the Hellwalker question, fire is a bad endgame element. What did I just buy? I don't know what I just bought. Rebel Yell. That was an accident. Fire is a bad endgame element, and the 25 projectile hit count has so many applications for flak skills, such as stacking Stackbot more quickly, iterating Leave No Trace a little more cleanly to the point where you really don't ever miss a trigger, as long as your shots crit with a Stagecoach. You also have the increased ricochet count, and firing a Stagecoach from your third shot of fadeaway, hitting all 25 of those as crits, and then all 25 of those ricocheting to another enemy, means you are extremely likely to just get your entire fadeaway cooldown back from head count triggers, which is not something Hellwalker can do. Also, with corrosive bonus elements, a Stagecoach just simply does more damage to endgame bosses than Hellwalker does per shot. It's simply better. About the other classes, I've not theory crafted the comparison as in depth on other characters, so I can't say with the same degree of confidence, but it's pretty close on Amara, I would hazard a guess. Infusion
with a
makes
bounty.
me
That would buy a
wanna
lot of
believe that that Hellwalker might win on Amara. On Zane, I'm inclined to say Stagecoach as well. Moe's, I have no idea, but the real answer is don't use either. The idea of Visual Spider-Man just eating shit is hilarious. Pretty bad at Amara. There you go. That's an Amara expert.
A hunt with a bounty. That would
Yeah,
buy a
Amara
lot
has
of chew
far fewer reasons to care about the projectile count. And with Hellwalker, she can already completely eliminate the downtime between shots. And she can get around the elemental lock with Infusion. Like, the downsides of the Hellwalker just mostly don't exist on Amara.
Peace, Vault Hunter.
Story is really good if you get people on YouTube to piece it together for you and explain it, otherwise hard to understand. Story is very cool, IMO. It's interesting to me that you even praise of Destiny's story is structured like that, yet Destiny is not lumped in with Borderlands in the looter judged by story club. Wonder why that is.
A hunt with a bounty. That would buy a lot of
I mean, is that because Borderlands invented the looter shooter genre and it came out at a time where people cared more about story? So it's beholden to that and Destiny isn't? Like, it's always been interesting to me. Make the reload speed non-existent. Yeah, Amara can completely eliminate the downtime between shots. Get rid of the element issue. Has accuracy in her kit. She just eliminates the downside. So she has no reason to go Stagecoach. For Flak, it's very much the other way around. If you have the kit and the knowledge and are willing to put in a slight amount of effort, Stagecoach peaks far higher. Particularly, this requires use of like Stackbot, Toboggan would be the optimal case for Stagecoach on Flak. Stackbot, Toboggan, next to Max Corrosive.
A hunt with a bounty. That would buy a lot of chew toys.
People convince themselves Borderlands story mattered because BL2's was serviceable. Makes sense. I go to this fire BSB now. I have a corrosive one. Can't use it yet, but Bungie's shit ton of lore they provide, so they can't voice act at all, so they scatter it through the game with lore books in game. Also, lore tabs and armor makes it hard to get everything. All in the story is really cool. IMO. I like this storytelling style of background stuff. I think it was really popularized. I can't ever say that word. By FromSoft with Dark Souls games, but it was done elsewhere as well. Like the first Borderlands did that. Destiny, the first game, did that. And I think it's a really interesting way of doing storytelling. but depending on the year, it's not been well received. Like, people will say Borderlands 1 story is shit. It's like, no, it's just all background, and that was in 2009, before Dark Souls made that trendy.
A hunt with a bounty.
Partly nostalgia and the Mandela effect. I think so too. I think so too. I think that's a big component of how people perceive a lot of the Borderlands franchise. Atlas crit action skill damage, Red Fang. That's really good. Elemental projector with Eller resistance. It's tempting. Do you think it's the most fun character to play? That's always going to depend on your play style preferences. It's completely subjective, but for me, it's Flak. For me, it's Flak, with Amara being a fairly close second. Have you know Quack BL2 is perfectly wrong? See, I didn't even say anything about that game this time. I'm being attacked. I'm out of coffee. This was good coffee today. I got it while it was really, really hot.
A hunt with a bounty. That would buy a lot of chew toys.
Hunt with a bounty would buy a lot of chew toys.
Here, girl.
Hey, Trevinator. Fantastic elements, but Trevinator. I know, I just said not fantastic elements about Rad Cryo. That's how you know I'm in max too much. Because if it's not corrosive on Flak, then I'm making a face at it. Erosion. Speak a bit on what playstyle makes what characters fun. I know I'm late, running my first playthrough, just randomly picked the mech girl, and don't know much about the others. So, the thing with, this is a really good question, by the way, I'm glad you asked it. The thing with Borderlands 3 characters, and Borderlands 3 build crafting in general, is each character does not represent only one playstyle. The build crafting and the itemization is a lot deeper in this game. So for example, I don't know how familiar you are with other Borderlands games, but for Borderlands 2, the primary characters that you would say are melee would be Zero and Krieg, because they have direct in-tree support for that. In Borderlands 3, the way things are set up, and particularly the gearing side of things for a couple of the characters, you could do fully viable true melee on all 4 characters, despite the fact that only Amara says melee in her tree, with the exception of Flak has one effect that triggers on melee. But, like, only Amara has any actual melee support in the tree. But Flak, for example, has a lot of things that just say damage, just global damage boosts. You've got Frenzy over here, you've got Pack Tactics over here, Interplanetary Stalker over here, you've got the Power Inside over here, you've got Hidden Machine over here. The thing Flak does well is making... I would get an ad while you're talking. No! Alright, wait. Every time. Thanks, Twitch. Very cool. I love not being able to remove ads from my channel. We're back? Okay, we're good. So, like, I'll quickly re-summarize. Zero and Krieg are known for, among other things, true melee support. I appreciate you taking the time, though. Super dope. I love talking about this shit. This is no sweat. But Zero and Krieg are known for true melee, among other things. But true melee isn't really a thing you associate with other characters outside of, like, hey, this is technically possible, but not great. In Borderlands 3, only Amara says melee in her tree for any damage increasing purposes. Yet, characters like Flak, for example, Flak has a lot of things that just say damage. You got Frenzy, Pack Tactics, all this other stuff. It just says damage. So Flak's big thing is you can do anything on Flak. You can make anything do damage because it's all global damage boosts. Sure, there's specific boosts to like guns and crit and stuff, but like global boosts. A anonymous gifter, thank you for gifting a sub out to the community. I appreciate it. So for that reason, quantifying a playstyle for Flak is very difficult. There's no real, hey, this is what Flak does, other than Flak makes everything do damage, and there's a lot of outlets for that. You can do gun builds, you can do grenade builds, you can do ground slam builds, field reflect builds. There's lots of things you can do. Character like Zane, for example, is a little more focused. Zane really wants you to do guns, but even on Zane, because of how much freedom you have with BL3's gear and how the trees give you multiple action skills, even on Zane, the gun character, you don't have to shoot guns. My favorite Zane build, I don't shoot guns at all. Who knew Phasor? And then Moze is also very diverse in terms of options. A lot of people will tell you, oh, Iron Bear, but like Moze on foot is the most proficient character at one-shotting enemies with a gun in the entire Borderlands franchise. Yet it's something so overlooked because she can do so many other things too. There's no real defined play styles for individual characters. We can just list off things that each of them are capable of, and highlights of the kits. Really gotta put some time into what you think is best, or most fun, I guess, not necessarily best. Yes, it'll be entirely a question of what you like. Because, like, also, unlike Borderlands 2, there's no clear, like, power brackets of, hey, you have Salvador and then you have everyone else. There's nothing like that in this. It's all characters can do all content, and they can all brutalize the enemies in that content in a variety of ways. Like, if you gun to my head, force me to rank without specific scenarios, hey, who's strongest in general, then I guess gun to my head, Amara's towards the back, Zane and Moze are fighting for first. But, like, that is so reductive, and there are situations where that's not true at all. Many situations where that's not true at all. I want a grenade in this vendor. Surprised it hasn't come up yet. We do have Whispering Ice available. Like that. Yeah, BL3 has so many build options. Moses brokest, is that a word? I mean, it is now. How you doing, some old guy? Boy accent, though, so underrated. It's true. The ability to hop in the bear and heal yourself and others is dope, though, especially because my buddy's kind of doggy. You can do a lot of cool things in this game. Yo, Optimum. Give me my connection. Thank you. It's coming back. It's also now mowing the lawn out there. Yeah, you can do a lot of crazy stuff in this game. For example, every boss in this game has been one-shot by every playable character in this game without skill points. So obviously, if everyone can do it without skill points, everyone can do it with skill points in their own special ways. fact that people still in 2023 have the opinion that accent is bad is baffling to me. It's because there's a lot of YouTube content that got a lot of momentum when the game was newer vocal, and that same crowd of people that was around then parrots that content today to substantiate the claims. No one actually has gone out and used those things to the contrary. There's a bunch of very central takes, and this happens with any build crafting based game. If someone says something enough when the game is new and fresh in people's minds, people internalize that info and they just regurgitate it. Takes like Paxton bad and AR's bad in BL2. Those takes that are demonstrably untrue are still held as fact because people said it a lot. A BL3 equivalent would be grenades bad. That has never once been true in the history of this game. But people said it a lot around launch. Hey, there's a whispering ice. That's what we were here for.
Where did that come from? Too expensive.
I need more Rid Rock. I guess I don't really need to be doing this right now. Slow hands out leveled. Nukem's kind of out leveled, but we keep it for funsies. Okay. Let's continue. We're not super far from getting the red suit in Neuro's vendor. That'll be pretty cool. We can make some cool builds. Grenade Zane is a thing. I've done it. See, Zane gets a lot of cryo damage. Zane gets a lot of crit damage. And just like everyone else, Zane can equip a Revolter. Zane can hold a Guardian Angel. Zane can get grenade damage, AoE damage on an artifact. Zane can do all those things, and Lightspeed is one of the strongest grenades in the game. It's capable of critting, it rolls in cryo, and it's very easy to aim. You can do grenades, you just need to use the correct items. And then, of course, there's the stuff that's independent of gear, such as GA, artifacts and class mod passives, bonus elements from things like Revolter or Mana Well. All you do is get that stuff. For example, Zane has no Fish Slap support whatsoever, with the exception of if he doesn't have aggro, Trick of the Light is applicable. With the exception of that, he has nothing inherent to him that helps Fish Slap. Yet, world record Hemovorous kill on Zane still uses the Fish Slap. Something he's not helping at all. It's entirely the gear. Grenades are more than strong enough that they themselves can carry any build, as long as you support them. Speaking of ARs, the Hail is literally one of Axon's best weapons. There's some really good ARs in that game. You got the Hail, you got the Kitten, you got the Lead Storm, you got the Becca. Or Blaster, Peak Opener.
A hunt with a bounty. That would buy a lot of chew toys.
Hammer Buster,
I like your
Thumpson.
enthusiasm, Beast. The thrill of the hunt.
Like, there's very demonstrably good ARs in that game. Yet, because a bunch of top 10 lists were made in 2013, to the contrary, it became one of those takes that people just regurgitate.
Your hunt
Bearcat does exist, though. Unfortunately, the Bearcat does exist. Sawbar you can get some value out of, yeah. Definitely.
Come here, girl.
I'm sure we'll be doing this all again soon enough. Yep, we're done here.
Or the Flabad redeem's gone. That's Lazy's channel. I've never had that redeem. They're free. Sherma Flabad. It's true. Flabad, no lifesteal. Full pet build for Flak. I have one that I made, yes, and then I have one from Boom that I endorse specifically because those are the two main avenues of doing Flak pet stuff and the most optimal approaches to that. Even though the most optimal pet Flak build is still worse than anything else you can do on Flak. Those builds exist just to kind of maximize, because people still have an interest, even though it's not good objectively. And every once in a while, you'll get someone who will decide to fight you personally because you said Warloader is shit. And they won't listen to why Warloader is shit, but Black Pets are not a worthwhile thing for damage dealing. However, yes, we have created optimized Black Pet builds. The builds look like exclamation point builds, build stock. Killer Queen and Load and Splode. Load and Splode is a hybrid where you do stuff while Warloader does stuff. Killer Queen is around the Spider Ant Countess, which is the optimal damage dealing pet. It just has its own set of downsides and weirdness to it that make it wonky and not really that dependable. But I would vouch for Killer Queen more. It's just Warloader's popular, so made a Warloader build. Wanna do make it work for what, Jackaboy? Warloader best for bus fights, and that's been proven. Yeah, best for bus fights. If you're on a Greyhound and you really need a pet to do something for you, there you go. Pat? The Pat's a decent gun. One of my favorite ways to use the Pat is actually, to use the drones to move around Amara's Light Fantastic. I enjoy doing that. Somehow my loader soloed Hemi, like an engine, like a Hemi. Hemo, so I never felt like it was bad. Yeah, you can do Hemo with 0 skill point punch bot. Doesn't mean 0 skill points, it becomes an optimal move. Warloaders are buggy, they're inconsistent. And they require so much investment that you, the player, lose all of your power to do it. Warloader is capable of throwing a grenade that can do damage, but its AI is not intelligent, it is barely controllable, and that is more inefficient time-wise than you just throwing that grenade yourself on a build that you didn't neuter by going to Purple Tree. One of the main things. Yeah, let's. Just got to level 72 the other day, and Amara struggling getting to Mayhem 11. Was wondering how you should go about gear progression and all that. It depends on what kind of build you're doing. Like, what's your main, like, archetype? Like, your outlet of dealing damage. So, are you trying to punch things? Are you trying to use an action skill? Are you trying to do guns? Are you trying to do grenades? Like, what's your main? I want to kill things by using this button. That's a good place to start, and then I can give gear recommendations from there. Also, there's the community builds docs, the Amara one, and then there's amarabuilds.com if you want to see established builds. But if you're looking to craft something of your own and figure out how the progression works, then I can answer questions to that end. Hey, new Breath of the Dying. Take a look, build docs, cheers. Yeah, no problem. We got a lot of good resources for understanding what kind of builds exist. Breath definitely needed that. Yeah, it was really falling off, huh?
Let the hunt take you.
But speaking generally, with first getting into Mayhem 11 at level 72 on Amara, most people tend to do gun builds on Amara, and gun builds on Amara, you need the most technical know-how to get bossing damage out of gun builds across the 4 characters. Because Amara is kind of constructed in a way where multi-target damage is effortless for her, but single-target damage requires jumping through some hoops. So just know that struggling a little bit there is kind of natural. Could use a crossroad for funsies. Ruby's too funny. Go over and try to get a hive. Got a minute. I accidentally hit that car.
Hunt takes all.
Face puncher, take it. Yeah, we did get a hive. It's even corrosive. Amazing. Stürmer luck is real. Cook Spooter? I could. But I like having this hot drop that I haven't taken advantage of yet. It's by far my favorite part of the game. Personally would have preferred if Necrotophaeo was before this and Troy Tyrene boss fights were back to back. I don't think we needed a Tyrene boss fight at all. I think Troy boss fight was a great climactic bit, and I think Pandora 2 is pretty okay as well. I don't mind this, other than the fucking vehicle shit. Doc, Lazy would like everyone to know you don't even need skill points, literally just flex harder on enemies in regards to punch bot. Yes, Lazy has done a playthrough with 0 skill point punch bot, level 72 mayhem 10, and done all content. As I mentioned before, all bosses have been one-shot by all characters with 0 skill points, and punch bot with 0 skill points was the setup used for Flak. Because Stackbot class mod by itself provides 495% gun damage at max stacks, and then from the skill rolls you can get, like, the Fast and the Furious gives you gun damage if you needed more of that, but you don't because you have 495%. Pack Tactics gives you global damage, V1, and then Hunter's Eye gives you a bunch of other stats. So you get more damage formula than most other characters have, period, just by having a Stackbot equipped. That's without including passives on that stack bot. That's without including artifact passives, artifact effects, anointments on your gun, anointments on your shield and grenade, whatever effect you're getting from your shield and grenade.
A hunt with a bounty.
You have more than enough
That
damage
would buy
formula.
a lot of chew toys.
Use the hive for fun. Use the hive for fun. We'll do Infernal Wish Hive.
Let the hunt take you.
I think Eden 6 took way longer than needed. I agree. It kind of overstayed its welcome. I don't think that's an unpopular opinion.
The hunt sings.
I don't know if it's just me, but I really enjoyed the Penn and Teller cameo here. I thought it was okay. I don't feel particularly strongly one way or another. I think for a lot of people the reference went over their head, because, I mean, maybe there's not a lot of crossover between Borderlands fans and people who know who Penn and Teller are. But I enjoyed it. Didn't think too much of it either way, though.
For me.
Go back to the best card because it's haha funny. Agonizer is gonna get memed, and I already feel a little bad about it. But oh well. I guess we just rubies. Yeah.
Ready to count.
Pet. I think the whole Clay Tracker and Amber Meyer stuff should have just been omitted from the game's main story, even though I like Clay as a character. Yeah, it could have been side stuff. Amber Meyer could have just been like another Electricity. It's like,
See what lies within.
because the only reason you go there is the Clay stuff. They could have just been an optional thing. Explaining to Punchbot to newcomers is always weird. Yeah.
I hear you, beast. Weak. All of you are weak.
Way to farm for Stagecoach. Check every purple from every boss you kill. Check every gun vendor. That's all you got, really. It's got no source, so it can happen anywhere where you can get a loot drop. So you just gotta keep an eye out. Check every purple. since we have to stomach another vehicle section, luckily we have the option to... I need to make an inventory slot for this. That's not the right button. Mechanic. Make it a little less fucking awful. Run slaughter shaft, check all the purples, push looter. Yeah, that'd be a good way. Every time you ever walk past the gun vendor, check it. Explosion help? Explosion would help. It's just more raw drops. That's how you force it. Because it's not a source thing, so you just need drops in general. Gun's also decent for purples. While that's true, that's also extremely inefficient on your iridium supply. Like, while you do have a chance of getting stagecoach from a gun, I just can't, in good conscience, recommend ever using iridium on the gun, because iridium just has much more important uses. Like, even Earl Vendor is a more efficient use of iridium. Like, you can just save quit the Earl Vendor, because you don't have to spend the iridium, but it pulls from the same pool as the gun, with the exception of no world drop legendaries, which is a good thing, honestly. It's just your quest rewards and then non-uniques. Mechanic made this a lot faster, but oh boy, vehicle sections in this game. Vehicle sections in any Borderlands game. The named vehicles in this section are actually like, they have parts that you can steal. And these enemies don't respawn anywhere. A weird choice.
Welcome back, my
The Borderlands franchise benefit from more side quests, maps, and opinions. One of the strengths of Wonderlands. I agree. I agree. I think those side quest maps are very well received. And like, I really like Lecter City, which is the purely optional map in BL3. I think a lot of people like Caustic Caverns over in BL2. It's an optional one. That's actually the last time we'll need a mechanic. So that's good. Just drop that.
Looks like you're cruising.
Go and meet death.
I could Flesh Melter here. I think I'm gonna Flesh Melter here, actually. So good. So much damage formula. Friendship Gulag's also somewhat optional. Yeah. Lynchwood is optional. How many hours in this game? Never seen it times 25. It's a very uncommon thing. I have about 7,400 hours in this game, and I can still count on one hand the number of boomsicle drops I've gotten. That's one that's eluded me quite a bit.
Rest now. Your hunt is over.
Yeah, new Hornet. Sure. We got a lot of options on how we're gonna meme Agonizer. How do we want to do it, chat? I'm thinking try to one-shot with the Phasor underbarrel. But tell me what sounds good.
I hear you, beast.
I'm thinking Arby's. Do you happen to be a disgruntled night shift manager with a full bladder? Asking for a friend. One hit hive or death. We can do the hive. Oh, I'm referencing a couple years ago. There was a an Arby's night manager who was caught urinating into the milkshake machine, and had apparently done it multiple times. I retain weird information. That's me. It was you, Dynamo? Impressive. They were out of lemon flavor. Doing the community a service, huh? Yeah. See, you know it's not a McDonald's thing because the McDonald's machine wouldn't have worked. So no one would have found out. Arby's out.
Yes, to the bloodletting.
Yeah, in seriousness, that is like one of the most fucked up things that, like, you don't fuck with people's food. You just don't do that. You don't do that. Curious, what was about the shake machine that made the target? I don't know. Is that Phasor super underleveled? We got a new one, J-Bridge, at the start of Carnivora map. Or, I guess it was still technically Splinterlands. We have Bloodstar Beast as well, I forgot about that. Burger King foot lettuce? Ooh, I don't know about that one. Tell me more. That one's new to me. It just looked really piss-inable, so do you. I don't know what I mean by that. The way I had heard of it? Yeah, I don't know that one. Eggs? So much for lunch today, sorry. Oh, we got AC corrosive on that. Forgot we got that. Cool. PK put lettuce is a big thing. Yeah, I somehow. When was this? I don't know of this one. Know your meme. All right, this is gonna be juicy. Scandal in which a Burger King employee was photographed standing in 2 plastic tubs of lettuce with shoes on. Shortly after its initial appearance in 4chan, the location of the Burger King restaurant was subsequently identified. The photograph was sent to a local lash. Oh, this was 2017. Wait, no, this was posted in 2012. And it was only found. Wait, it only got popular in 2017? So this dude got away with this for 5 years? That's insane. Or did people just find out about it in 2017? They got popular in 2018? Wow, there's some deep lore here. That's interesting. I somehow completely missed that. Nice, a comment on the stream and tell us how you want Quack to die. Quack Uno reverse. Guy giving the yogurt samples of sunflower rocket down here was adding some of his own every day. Oh no. What is wrong with people, man? This is why I can't think when I eat. Not as bad as pissing into a machine, but still, yeah. Ugh. All right, so I think we phase our shotgun. That seems fun. This safeguards more damage. Because we won't be getting a kill ahead of time.
Peekaboo, Vault Thief! Viewers, comment on the stream and tell us how you want the Vault Thief to die. We got moderator standing by.
Boop.
Laser!
I treat servers and workers well and hope they don't slip me the special items. That's your best bet. I remember the COVID prank where people look food in stores. Yeah, prank. That was, ugh. That shit enrages me to this day. Like, as soon as I read that, the vein in my fucking forehead started popping out. Ugh. Is Tryhard a mod? No. This is me just bullying the game as hard as I possibly can. Yo, Sparkplug Deathless? Yo. We can URAD with this. Alchemist could be useful, honestly. I could take a Moxie's Endowment for leveling, but at level 30, that's only 3% XP. It's, like, it's good, but I'm enough of a hoarder that I don't have room for that. I love the lead sprinkler. With splash radius bonuses, this gun actually still does some work. Wish it had been given a 2.0 buff, but there's a snowdrift. That soccer has really good rolls. I don't want to get rid of that. That has grenade damage. I don't want to get rid of that either. Too much good shit. I guess this Baby Maker's pretty old. But, like, just know that this level 16 Baby Maker would still be one of the hardest hitting things in my inventory right now. Level 31. Because the Baby Maker is not okay. You get a flying parts Baby Maker, disgusting. You rad Splug GG. Yeah, yeah. I mean, we got the GA. Obviously not anointed, but we still have the chance of getting a an anointed Unforgiven from a loot ghost.
Hunt with a bounty. That would buy a lot of chew toys.
Not that we need that. We just need any anointed gun with like a crit mul. I hate that I dropped that bitch that I got earlier. That would have been the item to use. Do I have any anointed guns with crit mults on them? No? Okay. Well, still, we can still use Red Splug. I'm having fun with the Phasor, though. Another Moxie's Endowment. This one's a lot harder to turn down because it's Flesh Melter. That's, like, a lot harder to turn down. Oh, yeah, I got a Road Warrior. That's why my inventory...
Oh gosh. Hi.
May they bring you many kills. Check back later for
Report to Lilith. Well, that's a little different than talk to Lilith.
Maurice is pleased to see you.
Hi, Maurice.
Well done, Lord Hunter. You have found Maurice. Now
I had never talked to
mission
Maurice.
for him and reap a
This character. I know, it's a sin.
Usually your kind would be eating the humans on this ship.
Racist,
Why
Flack.
are you different?
Where Maurice is from, Saurians reign supreme and humanity has died away. Your Tanis researcher has offered to host Maurice as part of what she calls a cultural exchange program. Maurice is here in peace to study the strange traditions and festivities of the Warm Bloods.
This makes a huge amount of sense to me.
Corrosive Old God.
You mentioned a mission?
Yes, Maurice has a most salivating mission for you.
You're getting so many rectifiers.
Harvest has
Very annoying.
humans delight in fictional festive rites, but Maurice has heard tell of true spectral hauntings across the galaxy. This must be studied. You will find for Maurice a ghost.
This is all very normal. Where should I begin?
Haunted enemies have appeared across the galaxy. You will search them out, kill them, and then defeat the ghost within.
Hey, Pupty. How are you? Yo, it's 7 cents hybrid. That could be really fun, actually. I've never used that on a playthrough before. Alright, I don't need a snowdrift that bad. I don't need that double sticky. Let's be honest, I'm not going to use those cutsmans. But there's a ×18 bang stick. Oh no. I have to choose. Okay, thanks. Hope you're well. I could complain, but I feel no burning need to, so. That's something. And we got a corrosive Trevinator. Like, this is a good pull. 15 threats okay. We got a couple butchers. Lucky bastard. Of course, the shocker again. Now, nothing this has corrosive, so it's good. Heartbreaker's good. Of course, there's a free radical that actually looks like a very good roll. So, like, here's the thing. I can use this bang stick to set up Punchbot. Stalker! Hang on, we gotta... Hang on. Hang on. Not that one.
Get back here, Shocker! Shocker!
Love it so much. Give me some good RNG, so can't find an upgrade to my level 12 phase Zerker. That's the funny part. You never will. Class mod RNG. And level 12 Berserker. Holy shit, dude. Make this a redeem? I really want to. We gotta do that. Yeah, we gotta make that a redeem. It's so good.
You can't escape me! I'll chase you to the ends of the earth!
I love that so much. 3 in anima, can't find one that has at least the same amount. 3 in anima, that's so good. Like, dots in playthroughs are really good. Like, that Berserker, you could probably just use, like, a Malawan pistol with that for the entire playthrough. Like, a blue Malawan pistol, and then just meme the entire game. Play around with the Hellshock? Oh yeah, that'll do it. That'll do it. The Hellshock is so good in playthroughs that they moved it from Gigamind's loot pool. They were like, no, players can't have this that early. I don't even know what you want. I feel so inept comparing what you're doing to me spamming take on greens and blues. I've spent a lot of hours playing this game. Over 7,000. So it comes with time. Like, clearly right now I don't actually know what I want, because none of these are particularly useful. I could easily identify what was useful to me on the gun wall, but like for this, I guess I take that. Like, nothing here is particularly desirable to me right now. So I take that. Like, 6% reload speed's kind of sad. Okay, think about it this way. That's sad for class mods, but in terms of skill points, like, compare that to this. That's a little less than a skill point worth of reload speed. Core Buster's fun. Core Buster is fun. The thing with loot in this game, how do I say your name? Mace? I'm gonna call you Mace for now. Mace Windu. The thing with loot in this game is almost none of it is one time. Very few things in this game that are actually noteworthy are one time. Now, there are some things that do exist in that category, but it's very few things. So really, don't worry about it. Even if you did miss something, Meso? Okay, Meso. Even if you did miss something, you more likely than not have ways of getting it again on that character. In almost all cases. Or is it now? Yeah, Hellshock's on Vermilingua. Yeah, try everything. Experiment. So let's think of ways we're gonna bully Troy. So we one-shot Agonizer and Grave Ward. What can we do to Troy? Now, Troy has immune phases of a duration that we can't one-shot with, like, even putting a hive down and having it last. Won't do it. But something we could do is, we could zero-shot him. We could just, like, ground slam him to death. Or we could punch bot him, now that we have a bang stick to set up punch bot him. In fact, why am I not punch botting right now? we're gonna punch bot right now, I think. There's my stack bot. Static charge. Too much damage. It's on level. Actually, just does really good damage. I mean, it's a times 18 bang stick, and it's on level. Of course, that's gonna do a lot of damage. We'll have to stack on enemies instead of ourselves. Oh yeah, Hellshot. Hey, coffee. Emote, bounce in the water as he dies. I like it. If you have the arms race game mode, it's a good way to force yourself to learning how many of the guns and manufacturers differ. That's good advice. Yeah, that's a good way to learn which non-uniques are valuable. Because a lot of those trends carry over. Like Malawan pistols being really good in arms race, that translates very well to the main game, where Malawan pistols are extremely dominant as a weapon category. Think whatever you're doing, you could instead be punch botting right now. I could stack on a car. Let's see. About Silent Milk increased drop chance for dedicated drops? No, nothing does. The only way you can affect dedicated drops is whether or not they exist in a pool at the difficulty you're on, or in very isolated cases, character weighting, and this is really only an arms race thing. So for example, you decrease your odds of getting a white elephant from Agonizer if you're on Mayhem 4, and they go down again if you're on Mayhem 6. If you want an EMP5, and you're only using it to hold for movement speed, then technically farming that on Mayhem 5 or 4 is optimal, because at Mayhem 6 you add the back burner to the pool, so the rates go down. But other than that, you have no way of changing dedicated drop rates. Well, I still don't have stacks. I guess that's our problem right now. Nothing is low level, or our bang stick is on level, so it's strong enough to still be killing. We can't stack on ourselves or on enemies yet. We didn't pay attention to different brands. That's a really good starting point. Each manufacturer has its own properties, its own gimmick. For example, Jacob's weapons are predominantly non-elemental, but the trade-off there is that they ricochet. Almost all of them have a property where they will ricochet off an enemy to a nearby enemy on a crit, which makes Jacob's guns really good for a built-in multi-target. Hyperion weapons all have their accuracy increases as you sustain, and they have built-in shields that'll take damage before your shields do. They make you a little bit tankier while you're aiming them. Torg weapons almost all have an alt-fire sticky mode, and they are almost all splash weapons. And the stickies are really good for melting single targets.
A hunt with a bounty.
Hey John, how you doing? Good to see you. I can't complain too much today. Well, I could, but I don't feel the need to, which means it's probably a decent day. I think my ISP issues are like time-based, because it's a lot better now than it was earlier in the day. For whatever reason, at my normal start time for like 2 hours, it's just terrible. then it just gets better later. No, strange. Okay, I should have some stacks. Oh yeah, we punch bottom. We punch bottom. I could put on a stinger for a little more damage here. But, like, the best scar is funny. Another projectile count on that shoddy. The Torg one, it's times 18. We got it from the Diamond Armory. This will be a long term for this character. In fact, like, this is optimal because we got a 5 mag, which is less damage than 3 mag, which is good because it stacks more easily. It's not LE, so we won't have to worry about dotting ourselves or anything. I guess shock would have been okay because then we could have done it with transformer, but this works out fine. This is just a really good utility tool. Being sent by your employer to collect a one-of-a-kind machine, but you're not getting paid overtime. Don't be like the Vault Hunters, get paid for what you do. That's good advice.
Hell yes! Look at that crap! Come at me,
So this is what is known as Punch Bot. I'm fairly confident I'm not even at full stacks right now. Basically, Stack Bot, each time you crit with a gun, until the next time you fail to crit with something that is capable of critting naturally. Until that point, you keep your stacks, and you can have up to 99 stacks. And 99 stacks of Stackbot is 495% gun damage. A Stackbot will only reset when you fail to crit with something that is capable of naturally critting. Phase Puncher benefits from gun damage, but it is not capable of naturally critting. So, as long as I only damage things with a Phase Puncher and other approved methods, I never lose my gun damage. So I just, I can run around with 495% gun damage on this gun. That also scales with melee damage and triggers my melee artifacts on hit. And that's Punch Bot. Unforgiven hiding there somewhere? No. I also don't like doing that swapping stuff. Transferring weapon properties. Not for me. But, I wish I had an Unforgiven. Because then I could spark plug with it. And that would be cool. Paid in red suits. BHs do get paid though. Got like 400k for talking to Krieg, seems pretty worth to me. Can you imagine? I'm just jealous. Life-changing money just for saying hi to Krieg. I have good aim. So the other reset parameter of Stackbot stacks is going into Fight for Your Life. Because I got a restack.
You're out of your league, baby cakes!
Remember my name, which is...
An unhealthy amount of time Diablo 4 this past week. I feel like a lot of people have done the same pickups. I mean, I did the same, and I think I'm pretty much done with the game. I no longer have much interest in booting it. And since they've outlined some of the changes they're making over the next 2 seasons, and seasons are 3 months, their 6-month plan for Nightmare Dungeons doesn't make them worth doing, in my opinion, so, I think I've seen all I need to. Everyone a crit swap, just thinking in the interest of bullying the game. Oh, yeah, yeah. It would definitely bully the game. Dude, Beskar's probably resetting my stacks, because the reflects are capable of critting but not doing it. So let's go to Stinger. We gotta bully Manbark. We gotta get some vengeance. It is morally incorrect to leave Manbark alive. If you have ever walked past Manbark without killing him, you're a bad person. Just making sure y'all know.
Greetings, Vault Hunter. I am Sir Hammerlock, and I require you to hunt and kill things for me. You see, the Borderlands are full of rare and dangerous specimens. I will pay you top dollar for their trophies. Beware the Manrock. Additionally, kill the Manrock.
There's blood everywhere.
Hey, Felicia.
Let the
You
hunt
nerf
take
Amara yet?
So the Manrock's reign of terror is over. For now.
How you doing, Uncle Ira? No Flacker? We did get a Rack Commander with grenade damage, though. That's big.
A good hunt. You there. How are your last breaths going?
Apparently, that's all they've ever done. Yeah. All they've ever done is nerf Amara. And also, Amara OP. You have no skill for playing Amara. And also... give me another Amara talking point.
A hunt with a bounty. That would buy a lot
Give me
of
another one.
cheap doors.
What about Death's Blessing? Ah, there we go. That's a good one. That's a good one. Green Man? No, not yet. Still in the story playthrough. Or a nerf his friend spelled backwards. That's true. CDR. Wow, Priz, you just went for the throat immediately. Mars OP. It's out of control. This is compared to my other Rack Commander. Did I get rid of my other Rack Commander? Oh, I guess I did. Okay. Well, now we have a well-rolled Rack Commander. That's useful. I never have inventory space. Sorry, cryo fastball. I keep getting fastballs and then just immediately throwing them out because I don't have inventory space. Let's do Bounty Hunter for a little while. Bounty Hunter, Bloodstar Beast. Beskar, we got that over there. Flesh Melter Moxies. Yeah. The fastball just fall through the floor. Oh, it did. That's awesome. Today I learned. Put that there because it's funny. Mongol is a super underrated gun, by the way. Like this gun, we could go Infernal Wish Mongol. Yeah, that's how we'll bully Troy. I'm gonna do Wish Mongol to Troy. There we go.
A hunt with a bounty. That would buy a lot of cheap.
Does Stackbot interact with Face Puncher? So Stackbot is gun damage. Face Puncher benefits from gun damage, but because the Face Puncher is not capable of naturally critting, it is not capable of resetting your stack bot stacks.
I hear you.
So you can just run around, you know, body shotting enemies outside of Fade Away with a face puncher, and you never lose your stacks. You just build stacks with something else, switch to face puncher, and you're chilling. We just call Tyrone Calypso. Troy is Tyrone Calypso. We have Tyrene and Tyrone Calypso. It sounds like a slur or something, some old guy. Use stack by the same Blade Fury. Blade Fury does reset stacks because Blade Fury has 2 damage instances. One is a bullet and one is melee. And the bullet one is capable of critting, so if it doesn't crit, your stacks reset. That is why Face Puncher is superior to Blade Fury on Flak.
This is my purpose. Don't run, you'll ruin the taste.
It's a good long rider. I haven't checked purples in a while. I gotta remember to do that. Maybe we get a stagecoach. That sounds broken. It's extremely good.
Let's see what you hide.
To the point, Eternal Machine, where every character in this game has cleared all content with no skill points, right? And for Flak, the setup of choice is a setup known as Punchbot, which is basically it hinges on that face puncher interaction. You stack up Stackbot with either a bang stick or like a Monarch or a Stagecoach. You have a few different ways of doing that. But then you just keep your stacks by using a face puncher as your main method of dealing damage. And then if you get to a boss or something that you like to one-shot, since you still have the stacks, you then just use your launcher. You just have a lot of options to deal with everything in the game by eliminating the one downside of Stackbot, that being that it's hard to maintain the stacks. Because Stackbot by itself, when you have the stacks and good skill rolls and good passive rolls, is more damage formula than, like, an entire Zane,
Hunt with a bounty.
for example.
That would buy a lot of chew toys.
Zane's skill tree is mostly just gun damage. There's a couple other things. You get a good amount of crit. You get one source of a multiplier for guns that isn't gun damage. But what Sackbot provides is diversity in damage multipliers. So it's a bunch of things that multiply together, which means bigger number. Eyes of damage increase get 495% at 99 stacks. For reference, that's about half of an average Zane's gun damage for, like, mild effort. What am I doing? I don't need to do that.
Ready to go?
Skill debuff from No Way Out deserves more credit. It does. One of the very few multipliers Flak doesn't have access to in their own skill tree is skill debuff. However, we do get Harmageddon, so we have access, just less access. No Way Out is really nice. For the same reason Laid Bare is really nice. For the same reason Target Softening is underrated. And because Zane has so much fire rate, Zane does have more access to V1 than Amara does. Maybe not more than Mose, because Mose has flare. Can also have fire rate. But more than Amara. Less than Black. Ah, yes. Cryo and vehicle sections. Amazing. Say that again about how do you stack on Face Muncher? So, I feel like I've said it so many times. Stackbot provides you a stacking increase to gun damage per stack each time you consecutively crit with something that is capable of critting naturally. So, critting with a gun will give you a stack of Stackbot. Failing to crit with that gun will remove all stacks of Stackbot. So if you build up to 99 stacks of Stackbot, that is 495% gun damage. Face Puncher is a gun. It benefits from gun damage. But it is not capable of naturally critting, meaning Face Puncher is incapable of resetting your Stackbot stacks. Oh, you can build up your stacks, say, in Fadeaway, with a Bang Stick. Because a times 18 Bang Stick will give you 36 stacks per shot. You can just get all your stacks, and then switch to the Face Puncher, and they're never consumed. Until you either go down, or fail to crit with something that is capable of critting naturally. This obviously restricts your grenade options and your shield options. So like you can't use a Hunter Seeker, for example, because Hunter Seeker is capable of critting, but it's not assured. So the second any of those bullets fails to crit, reset. And then some guns themselves reset it on a technicality. Like OPQ system explosion is technically capable of critting, but it doesn't, so it resets you. Reflux chains reset you because they're technically capable of critting, but you can't assure that. But Face Puncher has no reset condition, so just keeps the 495% gun damage.
Welcome back, my girl.
Face Puncher, even though it's melee, is still a gun, so it gets on-shot stuff from gun, and then on-hit stuff from melee. How it works. It's still technically only a gun. It's funny. But because it gets on-hit melee, that's why it triggers melee artifacts. Hey, Bapu, how you doing? Size the bind, reflex S or not? Nah. You want a single target gun. Reflux will just... You won't really kill anything faster. The advantage of ties is that you can just turn single target into multi-target extremely efficiently without losing anything. About pets? We have to take a pet, I forget. Not loaders, because loader guns are, for some purposes, counted as player bullets. Only some purposes, but loaders are capable of critting, but can fail to. And since they are, for some purposes, including Stackbot, counted as part of you, loaders will reset your Stackbot stacks. Other pets don't, but loaders do. Question on Rackstab, Heartbreaker's still the best option for application of the fire dot. I mean, it's... yeah, I guess. It's not application of fire dot. You mean for using the Ellie crit thing? Probably. Though you get better formula from holding other things. It's just Heartbreaker in the Megavore skill tree set is pretty much a guaranteed you can body shot and detonate. But if you held like a fire wyvern, it'd be pretty good. Or you could even like hold a GA and then use an ASE 50 fire, but like it's complicated. It's complicated is the answer there.
Can't have too much health and shields. Buy some today. Heck, buy some now. Your business is appreciated.
Skyrim Special Edition for $8, great deal. That is a great deal. Does Jabber not reset? I'm fairly certain Jabber does not reset.
A hunt with a bounty. That would buy a lot of chew toys.
Been a couple years since that testing was done, so it's slightly foggy, but fairly certain. Jabber a real gun movement. Jabber's so interesting in how it's handled by a lot of those effects. 'Cause, like, Jabber also, unlike Loader, it puts its guns away when you're in Gamma Burst. And you can, like, Jabber does have real weapons. Because it's possible to, through mods, give Jabber specific items the same way you can do that with mods on Loader, and the same way you can control Digiclone's gun. Like Jabber's capable of holding regular guns. Completely forgot shields don't go up with mayhem levels. Yeah, enemy damage doesn't go up at all with mayhem levels, so shields don't need to. There was a while where people are like wanting shields to go up with mayhem, and I'm like, why do you want that? Very briefly, for like a month or two, when Mayhem 2.0 first came out, there was a bug, and you know this was a bad bug because this is one of the only ones that Gearbox actually directly addressed before they fixed it. They're like, hey, this is the thing, we're working on it. Was enemy damage did go up with Mayhem. I forgot that line, Claptrap. But yeah, enemy damage is completely identical if you're level 72 Mayhem 0 or if you're level 72 Mayhem 10. Identical. Guess I get to keep my actions because I revolted forever. Yeah. Why do pizza places think soggy crust is okay? They just phone it in, beef. It's disrespectful. Back to Rat Summary, couldn't find Jabbers mentioned at all. Yeah, I think Jabbers are approved, but it's a simple enough test. Double power charge, red card. That's interesting. Guess I take the Om Nom here. Or I would if I had inventory slots. Now this is a significantly stronger Ruby's Wrath, but it's not anointed, so I'm gonna drop that. We'll drop the lower level breath. Plenty of purple tree depression. Yay, purple tree. They totally did QA on that tree. A lot of Jacob's pistols in this one. An operator, that's fun. ×3 prompt critical. I said a lot of Jacob's pistols. Ah, Robin's Call. A gun that's always been shit, and the only reason it was never buffed, I think, is because there were weirdly people who were very aggressive about, no, it's not shit, it's great, it's the best thing ever when it came out. So Gearbox was like, oh, okay, I guess we don't need to touch this. And so this gun is literally worse than a blue Jacobs shotgun, by the way. It's a legendary that is worse than a blue. You could conference call, because conference call playthrough is satisfying. But ammo return crit on a shotgun. Yeah, consumes 4 ammo per shot. At the fire rate so slow you can never benefit. You only use half your shotgun ammo on a badass. Yeah. You get it. There's a butcher here. Is that an actual quote from me, Pris? It looks like something I would say. Taking the flacker. Yes? Yeah, that looks like me. Was that in the blackmail server or friend bots? This you? You bullying Lazy and Rat? Ah, classic. Classic. And we don't really want any of these grenades. I mean, I guess they're recurring hex, but my inventory is full, so we're gonna do some Giga Chad shit and just walk away from the diamond armor without finishing. They're probably like, wait, you didn't get the hint out of a trainer? They're still using pets? Something rats. What you're saying is chapper. Change of pace. Let's do Wish. Got this Hunter Seeker. We got Megavore. And this for the AoE radius. We're gonna Mongol all the things. All the things, chat. All the things are gonna get Mongoled. Basically confirms Jabber doesn't reset at least. Cool. And there you go. Once again, it's a loader L.
A hunt with a bounty. That would buy a lot of chew toys.
Would buy a lot of chew toys, Flack. Starting to make some sense. So this is what Wish Mongol looks like, by the way. Yeah. A lot of hits.
Don't get shot too much now. Now get out of here.
Okay, let me verify something. Capacity breaks it. So that's what. Hang on. Do I have pet revive? Will Vaughn revive me? Hang on. We gotta. Stand near Vaughn. Too tanky. I'm too tanky. Hang on. Right, now this is what this is supposed to look like.
Now stand and kill.
Yeah.
And learn to love again.
There's two of them overlapping. Aim a flak, fix the targeted issue completely the first time. I don't think they ever did one of those. Our one looks like a freaking meteor shower. It's so cool. We'd say superior VH and BL3, no such thing. That is not a question that has an answer unless you get really specific about the metric. Like, how do we define superior? Is it clear rate of content? If so, which content? Like, how do you define something like that? There's no clear answer to that question. Who's the hottest? Unfortunately, that's also subjective. Because some people don't understand Black's toes. Look at those things. Look at the dogs. They're out. I was strongest by far in BL2. There's some situations where that's still not true, by the way. But generally speaking, he's on a stronger tier of power. Sure. If you speak generally. You can't even make that kind of generalization with the Vault Hunters in this game. Like, something I mentioned earlier is, sure, gun to my head, if you forced me upon, you know, threat of violence, I guess I'm saying Amara is weaker. But, like, that's still reductive and flat out untrue for several areas of the game, and it'd be disingenuous.
A hunt with a bounty. That would buy a lot of chew toys.
Free blood explosion or gauge with a max stack Norfleet. There's also, Recompense Maya versus Hatterax is a super specific case where she kills faster than anyone else can. Like, you get specific enough, you can make anyone win any of these. Get 0 to 1k critical ascension stacks you've won. There's another one. Baby Maker pellets reset stack bot. So I'll go over the parameters there again. If something is a bullet that is capable of critting and it fails to, it resets. Baby Maker drones shoot bullets, and the chucks themselves are gun damage that is capable of critting.
I like your enthusiasm, Beast.
So it doesn't matter if the enemy it's hitting has a crit spot or not. Like, if it's physically capable of critting and doesn't, it resets. So Baby Maker does reset. Now, because gun damage is an on-shot modifier, if you do a Baby Maker chuck and you have full stacks, even if the hits from that chuck are going to reset your stacks, they'll all still benefit because they had it when you made it. So this is why Zane's Vital Momentum is as good as it is, because you just have to go really fast when you fire the shot. So you max slide speed, shoot a launcher, and that launcher will keep the gun damage even after you no longer have it. Stackbot's the same thing. So that's why Stackbot launcher use can be very good. Hang on, I gotta do that real quick. Like, let me give some more specific instances here, for BL3 power comparison like that. Moze is capable of the highest damage in the franchise in terms of single target. He wins. She just flat out wins. Moze does not have the fastest kills of lots of categories. You can see the BL3 time trials leaderboards here. Moze makes Salvador look incompetent in terms of damage potential. So let's put that into perspective. There is no single target calculation where you can't engineer a situation where Moze creates the biggest number. It's just how she works. Yet she's still not, quote-unquote, strongest or best in every scenario. It's just not how the game works. Amara, technically speaking, has the lowest potential for single target damage in terms of raw number from pulling a trigger once. But there's several categories where Amara is the fastest at a boss melt because of how a lot of her kit works. Moze is third or fourth in most time trial categories, Circle's Slaughter being a special case. Right, because Circles of Slaughter play to Moze's strengths in that you don't need to cover large distances and that enemies don't have enough health for the time delay on damage to really become too much of a factor. Also, the nature of the enemies are not such that you struggle to deliver your damage. Example, Guardian Takedown. Moze, you would think, would be the leader, because she is capable of moving the fastest, she does the most damage, Guardian Takedown enemies have the most health. But no, Moze is slower than both Black and Zane. How it works. Only maybe 2 hours of sleep, just did a 7-hour shift. Last night, my stomach decided to pull a Maya. Oh, man. If you can correct that sleep thing, you should maybe look into doing that. Mongol's so cool, man. Underrated gun. Sure, it wasn't available for a good chunk of the game's life, but let's say bug fixed it. It's a base game launcher from a Deddy farm. It's very much not out of the way. Underrated item. It's even a returning item. Don't know why the fandom ignores this one. Imagine the auto bear skill turned Iron Bear into basically Iron Cub. That'd be quite something. That'd be terrifying. We have seen walking auto bear. Not supposed to happen, but we've seen it happen, and it is some of the scariest shit you'll ever find.
Good find, Beast.
You have any preferred Borderlands? This one. This one. Am I today? I'm okay. Enjoying the playthrough. Enjoying bullying the game as hard as possible as Flak. Dropping in, huh? Bye. Poke Ritsu to give me that auto bear clip and we put it somewhere permanent. Wasn't it a streamable? Doesn't it not exist anymore? If Ritsu has it saved, then yeah, we gotta enshrine that somewhere. We killed both. I was only aiming at one, but Mongol moment. Do the series with other characters as well, just a flag thing. I'm willing to do it with other characters. Yeah, I'm definitely willing to do it with other characters. There's gonna be some overlap in some areas, like, you know, expect me to get a crit in that first Sanctuary bit, and some of the gun stuff will overlap, but, yeah, I would approach certain things in different ways on different characters, for sure. In particular, I think doing this on Amara would make a lot of people giggle. Because you can really bust an Amara playthrough in some amusing ways. It was a streamable? Yeah, it's gone. Please elaborate. There's some things that people don't really look at in terms of stats. For example, Amara has the most swap speed in the game. You can swap speed cheese a bunch of guns' reload effects. And that is a way to spam AoEs without needing, like, action skill starter nodes, for example. So you can get a Pestilence and a Red Suit and just swap weapons. And there you go, you have a spammable Nova that's splash, elemental, action skill, gun damage that triggers a bunch of your effects associated with damaging yourself that never runs out of ammo. And it requires 2 items, one of which you are given for free in the story, and the other one which comes from an enemy that is not out of the way at all. And that's 2 items. One of many examples. Team a GA and you can do actual stuff including ball. Someone say ball? Get a Psycho Star at any level and blitz enemies to bits. Yep. You can get a Golden Rule comp super early in DLC 1. And Golden Rule plus self-damage is insanely fast cooldown. Like, you get a Golden Rule and then, say, an Alchemist or a Sellout, and you just have infinite action skill activations. As long as you have enough healing to outpace your own self-damage. Or just go Hellzerker. Yeah, just gun build, Facerker, early, win. We'll look at some the Amara builds on the website. Currently just been doing ties. Black has the most build options, but I think Amara is very clearly the second place option there. Black is just capable of the most with the nature of how Flak skill trees work, but I think nobody is coming close to that except for Amara. And that's why Amara is my second favorite. As rapidly. Good job, Moo. Okay, so we're gonna Mongol Troy.
A hunt with a bounty. That would buy a lot of chew toys.
Need to break my shield. How can I do that in a way that won't kill me? Damage. Although, let's see. I can always crawl into the arena and that'll get me up. Do it. We got ASE fire there. We got that there. That there. Most might have more builds, but they're far less diverse in mechanics used. I don't consider swapping a weapon in for another weapon to be a different build. Just using a different gun on the same build. Yeah, I failed, Troy. Definitely failed. Cool.
Ty.
Boss fight, yes. Downloaded 10 mods for Skyrim. Most of the magic ones. Very nice. Skyrim's very moddable. Gives a lot of longevity. Love Flak, got stuck on Rackstab, Peregrine Flak build. Basically immortal, use a res, keep your pet alive, keeps you alive, fave build ever. Hey, I'm glad you like it. Glad you like it. Yeah, res is such a cool Flak specific thing. Anytime I see someone downplaying the res, I know they're not a Flak player. It's just incredibly useful. Love being a mage in games. Me too. Press. We will not finish the story by the time we get Lick the Wounds. Just awkward, but... I'm gonna try to finish the story today. It's Saturday. I don't need to stop yet. Also, yes, I just banged my finger on my desk and it hurt a lot. Clumsy. What am I eating today, chat? I feel like I ask you guys this every day.
A hunt with a bounty. That would buy a lot of chew toys.
To re-up the booster. I guess I could grab an XP booster if I really want to make up that level chunk, but eh. This 1,999 shield's very unsatisfying. Do I have a Guardian rank token? I don't. I don't know what my next token is because the bar visually doesn't work. Also, 1, 2, 3, 4. Nice. That's satisfying. Yeah, when I get a token, I can try to put it in shield capacity. But what if it rolls over to 2001? Is that better or worse? Huh. Oh, I ran out of points. It's been so long since I've had to actually look at my point total. I ran out. That's fine. I'll have to play a bunch of Borderlands science before the next stream. I'll have to do some poop science. Damn, that's crazy. So what do we use for the next section? I mean, we can hit the Diamond Armory again. Why is my inventory 46 out of 44? Did they put cosmetics in my bag again? Stackbot Flacker. Ooh, yeah, Stackbot Flacker. Let's do that. So, Flacker is one of the best stackbot weapons because you can stack in fadeaway very easily with this gun. And much like with a high projectile stagecoach, if you fire your third shot and that ends fadeaway, well, that shot is still going to crit, which means all those hits will trigger head count. So if you have enough of a crowd and you fire that third shot, you just get your whole fadeaway cooldown back. You just infinitely loop with just your flacker. That's really fun to do. Wish helps it out a lot as well, so I think we'll do that. Keep the wish. Black's naked. Yeah. Decided to have the dogs out for this run, so we can clearly answer who let the dogs out. It was me. Hope I can error than me. Then you can't be an adventurer anymore. Snowshoe would be fun. But there's nothing stopping us from going and farming Aurelia. So, just kind of... Ooh, Cryo Stinger. Tunguska. An up-to-date Breath of the Dying. Shock Slow Hand. The Bastard. Lead Sprinkler. Oh yeah, Lead Sprinkler has the Garcia skin too. I never paid attention. SF Force. SF Force is a weird one. It's actually a good laser gun, but they, when they buffed its damage, that buff only applied to the primary fire mode. So, like, the alt fire still sucks. So it's basically a one-element Maliwan gun. This one's a corrosive, so I might actually use that. Corrosive primary. Yeah, I think that'll be fun. Multi-tap probably still puts in work, so I'm not going to toss it yet. We're not going to use that. Every time it's the fastball. Do I need to level again before I can use this? Yeah, level 35. Okay. It's a cool game. It's very cool. Ring Epicenter's decent. Nothing else really remarkable here, though. I've not had fantastic luck with the... Well, I'm actually full of shit. I've gotten a lot of recurring hexes. It's just I've been not particularly looking for those. Okay, yeah, we're good here. Is this a save quit type situation? Okay, I guess it is. They're just kind of chilling there the whole time. I want a burrito. I could go for a burrito.
A hunt with a bounty. That would buy a lot of chew toys.
A lot of chew toys, huh? Count me in. Only purples. Gross. I thought this was Borderlands 3. So something else we could do is we could now go get an anointed red suit from Earl, and we could go get an on-level pestilence from Eden 6. And we could do pestilence Nova memes. Now, Black doesn't do it as well as Amara, but Black can do the stackbot tech. Same kind of idea as the face puncher. The Novas do not reset stackbot, but they do benefit. And we'd even get some extra formula in from Grim Harvest action skill damage. That's an option. I do want to do the Flacker stuff for now. But, it's likely that one of our leveling strats is gonna become Pestilence Nova spam. Because we can just keep updating Red Suit and Pestilence very easily. Just going to this vendor. And then, of course, we'd have to go farm the Pestilence, but easy kill. What grenade do I have equipped right now? It's just that one. Hope you guys are, excuse me, enjoying the stream today. I'm having fun just vibing, bullying the game.
A hunt with a bounty. That would buy a lot of chew toys.
You said it, Flack.
Slaughter to remember.
Now I have stacks. What I could do to take advantage of such stacks right now just a hive benefiting from 495% gun damage. And I did not reset my stacks there. So I should still have them. Actually don't know which vehicle stuff resets it, if anything. Probably all of it. Bullying General Trant is gonna be fun. It's gonna be real fun.
Welcome back, my girl.
Now get out of here. That ammo won't shoot itself.
We can do a quest line here to get a transformer. I'm still thinking like I have the farming restrictions. I don't. I hate you. So, meet Typhon, get cutscene. He exposits for a full minute while he walks down here slowly. He does the same thing he did right before the exposition. Yay, wonderful, yay. Okay, what's next? And we now run out of the room that we just ran into. Facing. This bit reminds me of, and this is gonna be a little obscure. Fallout 4 when you go into the glowing sea. You go through all this to talk to a guy, then you immediately go back out the way you came, backtracking entirely, only to have to go back again later.
Let the hunt take you.
Not the kind of backtracking people like. Picture this, you're Typhon. Now imagine you're not doing sex. What do? Sex. Did I get it right?
Shadows.
Blacker, my beloved. You're so good. This thing costs 1 ammo per shot, by the way. 1. Max stacks, 99. How many? 99. 99 and each one is 5%. Wish I could come in more elements. If Flacker could be corrosive, oh boy. Bro, it was nerfed. How you doing, Road? Flacker not reset stacks? It does. But the mechanics lend itself to looping. So, Fade Away ensures that the shot that consumes a charge will crit. Flacker, it's like fucking 39 times per enemy. So if you fire a fadeaway shot with the Flacker, that's your final shot of fadeaway. Well, fadeaway ends and starts cooling down. you get those 39 crits per enemy. It's a splash weapon with a very large radius. Head count happens, and all of those were crits, so they didn't reset your stacks. So it's very likely if you shoot into enough density with that third shot, you just get your fadeaway cooldown back, which means you can go into fadeaway again, and you still have your stacks. Even if you don't get your full cooldown back, what you can do is then fire one shot that will reset your stacks after the one. So like, you fire your third shot of fadeaway, you get 75% of your cooldown back, right? Then you fire again, knowing that your stacks will reset. But it's fine, because the kills and the Megavore crits you get from that shot will get you back the rest of your cooldown, at which point you go back into fadeaway, fire that first shot, get those 33 stacks per enemy again from the first shot, and then you still have 2 more. And you just keep doing that. It's Blacker use with Stackbot.
You there. How be your that?
Also, I pulled that 33 number out of my ass. I actually have no idea how many times the Blacker hits. Thank you for testing. It's a lot, though. Two, you're welcome. I can see it. It definitely hit 2 times. Any backlash to put on Glenny, as is appropriate.
I hear you, beast.
Someone reminds me, before I end, I can do a quick Malawan with some of the Stackbot tech I've talked about in this playthrough. Stagecoach, Blacker. Pretty sure I have a save that has that stuff on it that I can use. Like, both Stagecoach and Blacker can one-shot raid bosses. That setup. Where am I going? What am I doing? Oh, and since it advanced mix, BH, Blacker. Yes. Like, it's just insane to me that it's another one of those, like what Vocal was mentioning earlier, like the Axton bad level of, okay, people said this like month 2 of the game and then never fact check it, so they just repeat it. Like the whole Blacker hate thing, it's wild. This gun is so fucking good. Oh no, I blew myself up. That's the downside. I don't know pet revive yet. Oh well. Blacker? Yes. What elements does Blacker come in? Non-LE, fire, and rad. Sounds fun when people say bird or prey bad. At one point did they increase the ammo consumption, then it got reverted. So, the first thing they did to it was they reduced the damage by 25%, which was not enough to stop it from being dominant. still really good at that point, regardless. And they increased the ammo consumption to be 4 or 5. And that still didn't mean anything, because once again, Modes and Flak can still infinite with 1 skill point, and the shotgun ammo supply was still big enough that it didn't matter. But then later on, the ammo stuff went back, and it's now 1 ammo per shot. Try to make it 1 shot in the mag. Yeah, they lowered the mag size, increased the ammo cost, tried to make it 1 shot in the mag. But that also doesn't matter, because guess what? The Flakker's reload speed and fire delay are equal. So, like, you just reload and the DPS is exactly the same. The only thing it affected was Moses' Blastmaster. But guess what? Because of Means of Destruction and Cloud of Lead and Redistribution, you still could keep Blastmaster. It didn't matter then either. I'd hope that Moxie one-shotting Psycho Rigor with it would help people learn. Of course not. Infinite How, just curious. Both Muslim Slackers are patched. It's not patched, it's literally 1 skill point. Leave no trace. You only need 1 ammo to shoot a gun, no matter how much ammo it costs in this game. 1 point in Leave No Trace, and using Fadeaway and or Megabore, infinite ammo Flacker. With Moe's, 1 point in Means of Destruction, and having a grenade that hits more than 1 time per throw, infinite ammo Flacker. That song's now in my head, Jay Ridge. Well done. Let's see, how are we gonna bully General Tranche? You have ads, right? He spawns ads, right? Break my shield first. I actually need you to do that. Thank you. Does he not spawn ads until he's been damaged? I would like my stack bot stacks. That's fine. Half shields like the other Tron. Ain't nobody got time for that. It was 2 shots. Didn't have the correct ASC for that. It's my bad. I also could have just put on Bounty Hunter over Stackbot since I didn't have the stacks, but it's fine. On them and die, they'll be there when you re-enter. Nah, it's fine. Point's still proven. Point's still proven. That's a gun people consider bad, by the way. Bad.
A hunt with a bounty.
And you can do that at endgame. You can one-shot even harder at endgame. That was without my Stackbot stacks. That was with only 1 ASE, and not even the correct one. Minimal artifact support. No beneficial damage passives on the Stackbot. Not a full skill tree. Like, you can do crazy stuff with the Flacker in this game. Like, so squishy, though.
weakness is noted. There's blood everywhere.
Squishy face, come here. Maybe I will. Maybe I will. What are you gonna do about it? Mr. Ancient _ Rune. Guess who's on the double OU suspect list? Ooh. Is it Rillaboom? Is it Rillaboom? Is it my boy? No? Okay, who is it?
Let them hear your rage.
Who is it? Gotta be something based. Say the tweet. I'm streaming. Okay, let me look. Oh, yeah. Fuck Ursaluna. Get that shit out of here. Now, like, it's not actually hard to play around if you're properly terrified of it. But, like, there's so many people who just run Ursaluna instead of having a cohesive team, and I want those people to suffer. So, yeah, ban it. Like, all they know how to do is Ursaluna, Cresselia, and they just click Lunar Blessing Facade. That's it. Ban Amoonguss? No, Amoonguss is never getting banned. Never happening. Like, never in Pokemon, competitive Pokemon, are they ever banning Amoonguss. People love Spore too much. It's so weird.
Don't hold back.
Gravity Sleep Powder? No, that's not okay, according to Smogan. Also, Dark Void, not allowed. Not even Game Freak thinks Dark Void is okay. But Spore? Absolutely not. Spore is the golden child. And it sure would be a shame if I one-shot everyone with a flacker for the rest of this playthrough. That'd be a damn shame. Fire Claw Sleep isn't okay, but Spore is. Right, like, Kinda surprised I still haven't gotten a gas call yet, to be honest. Ooh, we can get a bounty hunter. Are we gonna get a good bounty hunter from Lieutenant Preston chat? What do we think? Have you done Firecracker Stackbot? I have not done Firecracker Stackbot. I want to do that now. I would like to do that. Oh, Frontrunner, can you, like... Thank you. Be fun and pretty? You're fun and pretty. Ow. shy.
By analyzing thousands of hours of combat data, Hyperion Help Desk has identified.
Oh, why are you making me run? Making me do all that running again? Unbelievable. Hey, more mobs.
Yes, into the fray.
Trying to think of how we can best disrespect Irene. Maybe the bank stick. Apply a ton of stickies. Cycle the phases that way. And Gully. Ooh. Brought out the 549. Ooh. Ooh. Blast from the past. Let me deal with these guys first. I want to style on Preston. No bounty hunter. Sag. Swapped Angel Unforgiven? No. For the 4th time this playthrough, I don't do that.
I suppose I'll take that.
In my opinion, when you bring in exploits, it's no longer a flex. That's just how I prefer to play the game. Imagine having an underscore in your name. Yeah, couldn't be me. Cringe.
When you're shot tomorrow, you'll wish you spent more today.
Triple divider. Mimeographing.
You know where to find me.
Yeah, I'm gonna mimeograph all over the place. Change my name, Chef Glenny. Does that mean you're cooking? Underscores between every letter.
It's
Oh
time
no.
to fight.
That'd be cooking. I don't know, man. You still haven't tried out Choice Scarf Metacham. I'm still waiting. Still waiting for you to try the sauce. For you to see the truth.
Plummeting.
Apparently my thing is I make weird sets for fighting type Pokemon, because wait till you hear about Prankster substitute Riolu.
Exhilarating. Some days you hunt, some days you are hunted.
Do tomorrow after I spend the day with Daj. Oh yeah, tomorrow's Daj day, huh? Maybe I'll play some Diablo with Daj. Don't run out of the blacker. Stand in the explosions. Thank you. The games? Yeah. I believe he is playing The Last of Us Part 2 right now. For like the 50th time, but yeah. Favorite Zan build? I don't have a clever answer here. Speed Zan? Speed Zan. Ah. Yes. Speed Zan. Does he know about Amara.com? I don't know about Amara.com. I've never heard of Amara.com. I know about AmaraBuilds.com, but that's like a different thing. Fuck, it's taken. Oh, you were gonna go for Amara.com? I tabbed out for a second.
That would buy a lot of chew toys.
And I forgot what I had opened in the convos in this stream. So I just highlighted a tab and it was like Burger King foot lettuce. And I'd forgotten why that was there. I remember now, but... We have some interesting chats here, huh? Almost done with the story. Almost. We should finish before the 6-hour mark.
I am unseen.
Hi, Unseen. I'm Quag. Orochi. It seems you already have that ID. I don't like grant IDs or anything. Not sure where you're getting at.
I live only for death and her glorious hunt.
Okay, Flack. You okay, buddy? Weird outburst to have, Flack, but alright. Just interact with an object, Flack starts screaming about, I live only for death. Alright, buddy. One order of Quag Chad, please.
A hunt with a bounty.
Oh, with a bounty?
That would buy a lot of chew toys.
Doing Daft as 21.
Nobody does bullets better than Marcus Munitions.
Beat down some fanatics for me.
I'm just playing. Me too. I'm just playing as a vibe. A mood, as the kids would say. I'd say that, right? Okay. Okay. No? They don't say that? Weird.
A hunt with a bounty. That would buy a lot of chew toys.
You know what could really buy a lot of chew toys?
Without it, you're just a schmuck with a paperweight. Go on now, get.
Splash damage, splash radius, shocker raider. Wait, grenade build. No red tree grenade build even. You'd only lose trick the light. That same pet, good choice. Spider Ant Scorcher is really
With a
good.
bounty. That would buy a lot of chew toys.
Oh, the bounty would buy a lot of chew toys, huh? Leveled up, so we can use that SF Force now. Let's do Bounty Hunter. May as well stick with that one. Let's do this Flesh Melter. Ooh, Rack Commander with Splash Radius. That's actually huge. Where's that other Rack Commander I got? I don't need that anymore. Day damage? Yeah, that was good, but this. Only one Eager to Impress, but that's still incredible. So for Nova spamming, that's our class mod until we get a good Peregrine. OG Rack Stab, yes sir. After this quest, we'll be able to go to Mayhem 10 and get a spammable Nova Shield, and then we're already Rack Stab. I am mocked. Mayhem 10, best. Rushes Mayhem 10. No, it needs to be more alliterative. Massacres Mayhem 10. Masticates Mayhem 10.
Rest now. Your hunt is over. Slaughter to remember! I want to see what your guts
SF Force is, kind of cracked, huh? Politely invites them 10 over for tea.
handy trick.
That's what Amara's single fear is. Jump.
Your senses rage. The hunt sings.
Our personal trainer on leg day. Oh. How strong is Amara's personal trainer? It's kind of a huge flex for them. Five more ads, how? Wonka. How long have I been playing? What, like, this session, this stream, or just, like, this game ever?
Invincible.
Hey, Nepsy, how are you? This game, I've been playing since launch. I have about 7,400 hours in across all the platforms I've played on. Zane's sphere is birds. What are the sources on this? Like, did some Tumblr user make this up? Or is it just really obscure info?
Thrill of the hunt. Satisfying. It's time to fight.
I'm also using Wish with a laser gun, which is something I've never done before, and I think it's good. Have we ever tested how Wish works on laser weapons? Do we know? Back, if I get ad again, I'm gonna do a backflip. I'm sorry you've had to deal with so many. If I had the option, I would turn them off entirely, but I have the absolute minimum that they make me set to turn off pre-rolls for new viewers. Like, there's nothing worse, in my opinion, than clicking on a stream that you want to try out, getting a bunch of ads, you're likely to just exit out the tab and never go back. So I run the minimum to turn that feature off. Fortunately, that means scheduled mid-rolls. Works on ion cannon, kick charges, don't see why not. Well, those are very different weapons in terms of lasers, and actual projectiles are different. There's no reason why it shouldn't work on this, but there's more of a possibility because it's a different thing. Like, I'm definitely getting the damage component, but how projectiles interact with, bonus projectiles interact with how it actually inflicts damage is, let's call it inconsistent across the games. Ooh, a fearmonger. Ooh. Yo. Alright, Trev. Fearmonger the goat. On for a while. I know it's not your fault. I know you know that, but I like to make it clear, and I appreciate you hanging out regardless, despite the annoying ads. It does mean a lot.
Badass. A chance to learn something.
Can we generate terror? I mean, I'm running with the event right now, and also I could just run generate terror anoints. The Fearmonger doesn't need terror, it's still great without it. It benefits from it, but still great without it. Like, even without terror, Fearmonger is one of the better shotguns. More projectiles, more bullying, more fun. Yeah.
Ready to go?
It's once again self-damage. Ooh, we hit Old God. That'll still be a damage increase. Kinda redundant with this Flesh Melter, but... Ivan, where the fuck are you? Where even is he? Oh. Cool.
Swooping it.
Game? I guess there's an invisible wall there.
All your memories before this moment
Typhon. Typhon, where the fuck are you? Like, do I fast travel back to the start of the map and run all the fucking way? Like, he's just... And this quest is infamously buggy, so I don't know where I can and can't save quit. Like, definitely not now. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, I can just jump there. Fade away move speed. Typhon. Typhon, where the fuck are you? Typhon, what the fuck? A new flat build? Nice. I mentioned I just hate Typhon. Master, I'll be getting a map. I think I'm gonna have to. You and everyone, you'd be surprised, Beef. There's some people who find Typhon a delight, and they appreciate his inclusion and want, like, Typhon spin-off games. And I'm like... Pretty basic, though. What you doing, Super? He's got to know. Different people receive different things differently.
Distract them for me.
Riveting gameplay.
Another false silent. I send you all to death.
This is riveting. Basic rack attack build, where the racks are the primary damage source, or just like a gun build that has rack attack going on. Okay, Typhon's here. Typhon? You gonna do anything? Didn't give him a minute. I gave him a minute. Like, I don't know if I can save quit here, or if this is one of the spots that breaks the quest. I guess I back up my save. Wait, no, that doesn't help me. Because if it breaks it, then I just load it broken. Let's find out. I'll flip that coin. So they never stopped Typhon from hardlocking your game. They attempted to fix it many times, but it never worked.
A hunt with a bounty.
Hunt with a bounty?
That would buy a lot of chew toys. Outrun, outlast.
Range
You are
limit.
forgotten.
I don't quite know the range of the SF horse. Not enough experience using it.
You know that. Invincible.
But it's very powerful. Viable in endgame? Yes. As long as you shoot the primary fire mode like I'm doing. Max my damage. Yeah, that's fully viable. I'm using second element. Why? Because the massive buff they applied to it that made it viable was only applied to the primary fire mode. Like, you see this 832 weapon damage on the card? Yeah, that's not on the alt fire. Story playthrough Frostburn, I just got rolled with spell charge. W. Huge W.
Diving.
Okay, Typhon seems to be farther than he was.
The thrill of the hunt.
Delicious. You will bring the ghost goat to Maurice.
Don't pee on it this time.
Need to go on his cryos primary
Yes,
if
into the fray.
that's the element that would be most relevant to what you're using it on. Yeah. It would depend on your build, what you're shooting at, some degree personal preference. Like on flak, corrosive would be the one to get, for example.
The chaos. Too weak to survive.
If I was only to have one. Or always cryo when I can.
Let's see what
There's
you hide.
frequently reasons not to do that, but use what you like. None of them are satisfying as free and squishy. Fair enough.
Let the hunt take you. The hunt sings.
This gun's real good. It's super awkward to get playthrough-wise, though. It's from a side quest enemy in DLC 2, at a point of the DLC that's, like, not at the very beginning, like, beginning-ish. You need to be a couple quests into DLC 2.
I send you all to death.
But DLC 2 guns are, honestly more impactful to the game than DLC 3 guns are. And DLC 3 only does guns. And Miracle, Bomb, and Core Buster. And that is shit. Muff drill.
Egad! Exterminate that swarm of creepy critters, Vault Hunter. Well
Yeah, swarm.
struck. You could say they were hopping mad.
Do you see me?
Makes Hollow Point very cool. Yeah, DLC 2 guns, you got Insider, Anarchy, Soul Render, Clairvoyance, SF Force, a bunch of underrated stuff. Of course, Skullmatcher. Then some underrated stuff like Nothingness, very underrated.
Let the life bleed from you.
Basically a Malawan take on a Flacker. Flamadiddle's definitely overshadowed by Anarchy, and it doesn't have a great element lock. But it's a splash bullets Meteor shotgun. Handles pretty well. Get that bug laser, it's so annoying. Okay, Tyrene time. What are we doing to Tyrene? What are we doing? We could SF Force, we could Flacker, we could Bang Stick, we could Grenade.
A hunt with a bounty.
We could hunt with a bounty. This Ruby's Wrath will probably still meme because ASE Splash. Good Fearmonger. Yeah, how we handling Tyrene? Flacker or Mongol? Like a Flacker. Bounty Hunter Flacker, I guess? Yeah. Because getting Stackbot stacks be awkward. Although we could Gorillas in the Mist. Be a weird use of Gorillas, but... I wonder how SF Force is with Gorillas. I don't know. Shocker 2? Yeah, Shocker's underrated.
Back here, Shocker! Shocker! You can't escape me! I'll chase you to the ends of the earth!
Shocker. It'll never get old. Ever. Okay, we'll flacker Tyrene. See how this goes. Hopefully we can hit the phase skips. I'm not getting my extra projectile from Wish right now because my shield isn't broken. Okay, now I am. Damn it. Oh, she deflected my shot. So rude.
You there? How are your last breaths going?
She actually with her arm. I took the very long way. Okay. GG. I don't know why. Ooh, we got a drop. I don't know why I doubted for a second that we would actually hit the phase skips, but King's Call. Very nice. I'm gonna drop for that. Inventory management. Not me trying to air dash. I don't know where that came from. Looking at my chest, Claptrap. The bullying of the game is proceeding well. It is, Bendy. It is. We memed on the tail end of the game with the SF Force and a Flacker. Guns that are both super underrated in the community. They need more love. They deserve more attention. We got a King's Call, which we will not really have cause to use. Because we can go directly to Mayhem 10. No, she's not. Or my cat. Making cat noises while he's asleep.
That would buy a lot of
oh, there he is. Over there. Oh, with a bounty. Interesting. Tell me more. Shotgun damage, Deadeye. That would have been nice. Times 10 stagecoach. You can get this thing at so many projectile counts. I kind of forgot times 10 was an option. It'd be like times 8, 9, 10, 12, 16, 21, 25. Probably a bunch of other combos that I forgot about. 8, 10, 12, 13, 16, 18, 21, 25. Yeah. 13 was the one that I didn't know. I've seen 9, but that might not have been purple. That might have been blue. Or maybe I'm thinking of Wonderlands. I don't know. Already got a good Rat Commander reset there. That's a corrosive Trev, times 6. And another Rat Commander. Game really wants me to have Rat Commanders. I'm taking that Trev, though.
One time Maya grabbed me for 2 weeks after I stole a monk's glass eye. I think I still have it somewhere.
Yes? Wanna...
I need to stay busy or my mind wanders. No one wants that, believe me.
Okay, okay, Tannis, well, I need to advance the quest.
Delicious. You have what Maurice requires. Good. Very good.
Boom. Mayhem time. One more level and we get Lick the Wounds. We do have Not My Circus now. We can just go ahead and... Boop. We'll go to 11 for now.
Are these ghosts merely spectral trophies, or do they serve a greater purpose?
Yeah, something I guess you don't see too much of is people advancing through levels while at max mayhem. I mean, I guess not without going and getting a crit and then dropping it down, but I guess that'll be next stream. We'll do full power Tryhard Flak, because now we have access to annoyance on everything, even stuff that can't world drop. So we'll be able to do stuff like you know, Nova Stinger and all that shit that you'd expect. I'll be able to do some cool stuff. So before I go, something I did promise earlier that I just happened to remember, I want to do a quick takedown with a quick Malawan
A siren warrior from Partali.
with
A robotic beast, a
Stackbot.
robotic beast, a
Heck.
robotic beast.
I believe it's this save. This showcase. Now, I'm the #1 Hellwalker down player and the #1 Flacker stan. So we can do some stagecoach Flacker stuff. Gear a little bit differently for Stagecoach versus Flacker. Like, I'd want the Jacob's crit one over here rather than Splash Radius. But I can just show you Flacker first. We'll use the Stagecoach to get our initial stacks. Where's my game music? It's not playing. Weird. Anyway, true takedown. A whole lot of saves. Yeah, I have a lot of saves.
Make your way there and be ready for some
More than anyone should.
resistance. I'm counting on you, Vault Hunter.
Cool. Got that. Got that. Now we have our stacks. Fade away back. Now, which Flacker do I have on which button? Rad's on 1, non-LE on 2, fire on 3.
The thrill of the hunt!
So because the Flacker hits so many times, we can loop fade away very effectively. And we get good stackbot stack up time. jeez. Lost my stack, so I went down.
You're a good bug.
PR zone's as fast as you've done a takedown. Under which rule set? I am both a current and former record holder for different categories for each takedown. You can see the leaderboards there. That's what time trials rule set. Hey Ken, thank you for the 8 months. I really appreciate it. Sorry for the delay there. My processing of information is bad right now because streamer brain cells turn off at the 6-hour mark. Thank you so much, Ken, for the 8 months. I appreciate it. I appreciate you. Hope you're having an excellent weekend so far. And if not, I'll kick its ass. I switched to the wrong one, but still did enough damage. So satisfying. Let me use the correct one. Rad for that. Back to non-Ellie.
They'll never
You get the vendor glitch front doors crash my game, so annoying. Yeah, it's unfortunate. I am using a mod to turn off the item of the day prompt. Which is what causes the crash.
Valkyries fall and death smiles.
Those were advanced mechs, but we're after something bigger. Keep going.
Shield am I using right now? Yeah, that's the mod in question. This build looks awesome. This is a setup I made to showcase the kind of crazy things you could do with proper stack bot looping in a 3-shot fadeaway build with black. The stackbot class mod gives you some crazy damage output, but it's kind of hard to maintain the stacks. But with appropriate gearing, weapon use, you can get around that a bit. Say, as I do something silly and lose my stack. It's okay. We geared in a particular way. To recover from that. Unfortunately, I'm an Xbox. Oof. Yeah. The best thing you can do at that point is just try not to look at vending machines, especially in the Maliwan takedown. It does happen elsewhere, but Maliwan takedown's the most common place. Unleash a Dragon banned for time trials 2 OP on Amara. It's not just an Amara thing, it's 2 OP on everyone. It would be the only artifact used for any serious boss kills on every Vault Hunter. Every boss kill would be, on every character, for every category, would be Fish Slap Unleash the Dragon. have Mesmer on the save.
You there. How are your last...
That well. Need the pet to bail me out on this one. Leash Dragon plus Fish Slap's OP. Guardian Angel buff, or is it not needed? It would. It absolutely would buff it. It's also not needed. Fish Slap Unleash the Dragon was dominant before Guardian Angel ever existed in this game. So it's just, you know, an extra layer of silliness. Slid into my own shot. See how fast I got that fadeaway back? Just because the number of hits at the flacker gives you a ton of head count triggers. I really thought of that, so it'd make doing trials easier then, I guess. Yeah. Guardian Angel buffs everything. Which is how it works. Yeah. The Q gun's amazing. It's above average. Definitely good. I use many brain cell when click flacker into crowd do trick. The cartel's on almost perpetually. Very satisfying. The extra mob density, the item drops, just great. This game last week already put 65 hours in. What events you recommend? They're all good. As others have mentioned. Cartels is the real standout, but Bloody Harvest is also fantastic. Broken Hearts is just kind of tiny, but it's okay. Doing a Moe's run on Trial of Survival with the boss keeps resisting fire. That's actually one of the defining things on that category for Moe's. RNG on whether that boss decides to resist fire or not. So, yeah, it's a real issue. Gone for 45 minutes. I'm just showcasing some Stackbot stuff on another save. We finished the story, Random Gamer. This is not that save. This is a different one.
Attack!
We're just showcasing some stuff. Like one-shotting Wotan with a flacker.
Brilliant work, Vault Hunter. That ass kicking will make Malawan think twice before they come at us again.
Think you got him? Think I did. Or is a pet named Moist? Because I'm juicy. Moist and juicy. Ouch. I kind of want to do a stagecoach run too. Let's do a stagecoach run too. Fuck it. Malawan's addictive like that. Instead of Wish for that, we run either Revolter or One-Shotter. The Revolter. Yeah. Let's do that. And sure, that. Stackbot with Jacob's crit, shotgun, like that one. Okay, yeah, one more run. Indicator gas call, so easy to get, by the way. Totally easy. Remember me and Silent just running Trial Survival with Moze over and over again, just couldn't pass the 219 time. And that's because even top runners, you get walled by RNG, and then it's a matter of whose sanity holds out long enough to bypass that RNG wall. And yeah.
Intel says there's an elevator down to the lower levels. Make your way there and be ready for some heavy resistance. I'm counting on you, Vault Hunter.
Vault Hunter on perimeter! Full alert!
This is with a stagecoach. Purple Jacob's shotgun. Just so y'all can see what I'm doing this with. Using this, because this is stronger than this. This, no. This, yes. This post was made by the Flak Stackbot Enjoyer gang. I think most of the player base know what they're doing. Woden's been underwhelming unless you're trying new builds, of course. Hag is harder, even though Bullet Sponge... Well, different times. Woden, when Woden first came out, was a true challenge. Just didn't hold up in terms of how much health Woden has versus how much damage players are capable of dealing nowadays. But yeah. I missed. Bad aim. It was actually entirely my shit aim. Now the cycle's out of alignment. Okay, now we're good. I love you too, buddy. How's your day, Nunu? I should add pearls back. I don't. What do pearls add? What do pearls do that legendaries can't or don't?
Thank you. Valkyries fall.
There you go.
And death smiles.
Those were advanced
Headache of how
men, but
bad
we're
they
onto
were.
something
Not
bigger.
all.
Keep going.
Becca was good. Butcher was one of my favorites, even though it was outclassed by shotguns and every other rarity. Different colored loot beam. Yeah, that's about it.
Can see you.
I always check your purples. This gun is exactly why you always check your purples. Like this thing right here. I should note that Stagecoach still performs similarly well at times 21. Just the cooldown will be slightly slower than what you're seeing. The damage will be very comparable though.
Thrill of the hunt.
Dotted myself. Also, I burned both ends. Comms is why you always check purples. Valid. I think they should do it like BL2. They're significantly harder to get. They're not. Actually, not even in BL2 are pearls harder to get than specific parted legendaries, or some legendaries in general, or some blues. BL3's drop rates are far too generous. In what area? What kind of drops? Because it's harder to get a specific parted conference call in BL3 than it is in BL2. BL2's conference call drop rate from the maximum possible dedicated drop rate is 12.5% for an item with 850-ish variants if you throw out scopes. BL3 conference call is 15%, that's only 2.5% more, from an enemy that takes longer to farm, and it has 850,000, or is it 85,000? I think it's 85,000. No. It's extra zero. It's 99 times more unlikely to get a specific parted conference call in BL3 than in BL2. So whatever number of zeros that is, 99 times. Yeah, so getting specific drops in BL3 is harder than BL2. And also, inside of BL2, the game you use as an example, pearls are not more rare than legendaries. They're easier to get and worse. So what do they add? They are not better. They are not functionally different. They are not more rare. What do they do? Other than, as Ken said, different color loot beam. And of the two times official releases of Borderlands games have had pearlescence, that being Borderlands 1 and Borderlands 2, Borderlands 2 is the inferior implementation. So, no. Now, glitch guns that I want to see come back, yeah, they have done rarities above or adjacent to legendary that have had good value and been well defined. And the best two examples of that are Glitch rarity from the pre-sequel and Seraph rarity from Borderlands 2. If we're gonna bring back a non-legendary, you know, endgame rarity from BL2, fuck Pearls, get that shit out of here. Get that shit out of my face. Give me Seraphs, because that rarity is good. That is good game design. The thing that makes Seraphs different is that A, the items are good, but B, they have a reason to be their own rarity. They are associated with raid bosses. They have their own currency and vendor. Meaning, for the first time in a Borderlands game with Seraph rarity, they gave you a mercy mechanic. If you killed a boss a bunch of times, didn't get anything useful, you didn't walk away with nothing. There were so many things done right about the Seraph rarity. Also, the items, in general, in almost all instances, had something genuinely unique about them. I think I have a invincible Malawan guy. Luckily he's not one of the mandatory enemies. Crystals for doing in-game content above M7 be super easy to implement. Functionally, the Mayhem 4, Mayhem 6, and Raid exclusive items in Borderlands 3 already inhabit the roles that the additional rarities in Borderlands 2 did. They already take care of all that, except the currency thing that Seraphs do. I'm glad you're enjoying beef. Seeker and Devastator would be OSP. Seeker and Devastator would be cool items to have. I'm not really a huge fan of bringing back items in general, but there's some really cool ones in the Seraphs that I would love to use in like a more modern Borderlands game. I wouldn't mind a rarity redesign, have each of them have a specific purpose and unique way of acquiring them. Yeah, like, what do they mean if... Like, what's the point of having different color loot beams if they don't mean anything? At that point, you just randomly assign them to items, right? Alright, I have the Devastator up. I forgot that that's in this game. New characters? What about them? What they did in this game instead is they provided an extra skill tree to each character. Now, Flax is a terrible example of this because Flax skill tree, Flax purple tree is terrible. And they just didn't think through anything about it. But for the other three characters, they got way more builds, interactions, and replay value than them implementing another character would have given. Especially because one of the things people complain most about with this game is the story. Guess what you have to do when you make a new character, which you would have to do if they implemented a new class? You'd have to play the story. They added to existing characters, and it was a wise move tactically. And even though Flax Purple Tree sucks, keep in mind that 4 is a bigger number than 3. We'd have gotten one character with 3 skill trees if they'd just given us a character, but by giving each character a new skill tree, that's 4. Story's whack. I personally think that the criticism of it is overblown. People just do it because it's trendy to and they see other people doing it. Not saying it's the greatest thing in the world by any means, but it's overhated. But it is the thing that gets complained about most commonly when it comes to this game. So them leading into you not having to do that was a good choice. Also, Gearbox has the numbers on how much people actually played the DLC characters in their games. And as beloved as Krieg and Gage are from a, hey, I like that this character exists perspective, Nobody fucking played them compared to the numbers they have for everyone else. So from a business perspective, bolstering what the existing characters can do gets them more than making new ones that people are unlikely to actually play. I'll let Fade Away expire here. Not gonna have my pet, that's fine. What pet do I even have on right now? Not the correct one. Supposed to have you. It's been a while since I've used this pet, huh? Let me use that one instead. Gross. Still have that name? Hey, still have that name. That's why I'm using the Scorcher. I see. I have some old saves. Good chunk. Are you stuck? Come save me. I have a strange glitch in GTD. Getting no spawns on second crystal phase is no issue. So yeah, you can get like the spawn cap doesn't properly get checked sometimes in crystals, Tom. A way to sort of guarantee it is if you bypass the mobs after Anathema and like go directly to the crystals without killing everything, then you hit the spawn cap and it just won't properly create new enemies. But it can just happen without you doing that as well. It's just wonky.
Brilliant work, Vault Hunter. That ass kicking will make Malawan think twice before they come at us again.
Played BO2 for a good 4 years, and I try to love the DLC characters. They just don't feel good IMO. I'm glad they had an extra tree instead. Yeah, as someone who spent a lot of playtime in that game on Gage, I really like Gage. Gage is not a well-designed character. Krieg is a different story. Krieg is fucking lightning in a bottle. But as One Lifer's can attest to, in some areas, Krieg isn't terribly well-designed either. In terms of, acquisition of power, I guess would be the diplomatic way of putting it. Feel too better for load times on console compared to marathon long load times on BO3. That's absolutely true. Keep in mind, 2012 release versus 2019 release and different game engines. Like, of course, an 11-year-old game, a literal PlayStation 3 game, is gonna load faster than a more modern game. That's just how it works. But yeah. One of the reasons why I believe people don't dislike the item acquisition loop in BL2 as much as 3 is because that infinite loop of loading screen after 2 seconds of gameplay, if that, is more tolerable when your loading screen is, 5 seconds at most. At most, for like the biggest areas on a middle-of-the-road PC, you're talking 5 seconds. It definitely makes save quitting more tolerable. That's mostly the hardware. Yeah. You enjoy it more because you're better at it and know more, probably why I bought it when it came out. That's perfectly valid. And to be clear, there is no correct or incorrect thing with which game you like or enjoy more. There is no wrong answer to that question. There's no wrong answer to that. Informative and entertaining. Hey, I'm glad you're enjoying King Steven. I appreciate that. Krieg's like capacitor, charge up stacks, discharge damage. Yeah, fun. Very fun loot. Krieg, in terms of like how robust his trees are in enabling builds, Krieg is sort of like a BL3 tree before BL3 was a thing. In terms of like, Krieg doesn't tell you to just do this one specific thing, that's all you're good at. You could do a lot. Krieg is like the figurine. No, stop it. Oh, don't do that, Sora. No. The mission rewards farming thing? Yeah, that's definitely a downside. Now, this game isn't free of that. It's still an issue. Hopefully in the next title, completely eradicated as a problem. Every item should be obtainable more than once. Reasonably. It's my opinion anyway. I think back when they did the loot hunt event and showed which characters were most used for that, Axon was the most played if I remember right. I do not recall, but that would surprise me considering how Axon is still very underrated in 2023. Earl's Machine's kind of fixed for that. There's a lot of items that aren't in Earl's Machine. It's only base game quest rewards, and that doesn't include crew challenge stuff, so like Becca's not in there. Yeah. Perfect Orphan Maker plus Flying Sandhog was literal gamer torture. Yeah, I played Gage on PS4. So when I got tired of dashboarding and then, you know, overwriting my cloud save and stuff, when farming for Sandhawks for various builds, I could then have the option of going to Stack Anarchy before I got to start playing the game. It was just a great gameplay experience overall. No, someone on PS5 is playing BL3 and at most a map loads in about 15 seconds. Yeah. PS5, Xbox, whatever the name of the current Xbox is, stronger than my PC, so you can expect faster load times than what you see from me. Was I upgraded to SSD? I never looked back. Yeah, huge. Anyway, I want to keep going. I really enjoyed stream today, but I gotta eat some food and stuff. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. We had a bunch of new people. I really enjoyed. Next stream is Monday. Next stream is Monday. Yeah, I forget what day of the week it is. Tomorrow's my scheduled day off. Monday we'll be continuing the flak that we've been doing, gearing up for endgame and stuff. But now that we've completed the story, we're level, 38? Mayhem 11? So we can see all the crazy flak endgame builds at levels where they're not really designed to be supported, but we're gonna continue bullying the game a lot. Let me see who's live. We can raid them. Who's live at 5:30 on a Saturday? Mr. Ancient Rune is live at 5:30 on a Saturday. If you got my emotes, feel free to jiggle for Mr. Ron. If you don't know, Rune is another Borderlands 3 enjoyer. I'm a Flak guy, he's a Zane guy. We both play multiple characters, but like that's his preferred, whereas Flak is my preferred. He does the YouTubes and stuff. You might know him from, he's like the Wonderlands YouTuber. But yeah, I'll see you guys around. Have a good rest of your weekend, and more playthrough Monday. Bye!